Welcome to the Will English Invitational. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Will English Invitational. My name is Williams IV, and we've got ourselves the North American group stage bracket here in Group A for Saturday. I got myself, we got Joker's Ransom, and we got Spooky. But before I get to you two just yet, just want to set the table just for a couple seconds, and I'll let you guys free. We're sorry for the delays so far. The first round of Group A should be playing off right now, and then we're getting into our Group B, or we're getting into our next round match here. So we're really looking at a quarterfinals match as whatever. You know, kind of like what happens, like the EU kind of went long, and so we're happy to kind of like cobble together some of the people we do have. We wanted to give some people some rest, and so here we are. We do plan on finishing out Group A. Nothing else has changed other than, you know, we kind of have less content than we planned on so far. But I'm happy that both of you are here. Joker, how are you doing, man? This is kind of like your first time on the Invitational, right?
Yeah, this is my first time on the Invitational. I'm super excited to cast this tournament. I'm so hyped. I've been giddy since last weekend, knowing that I was being a part of this. I'm super excited.
Yeah. And how about you? How about you, Swicky? Yeah, me neither. And there's a lot going on. Like my Twitter has been blowing up since earlier today, because some of the teams are already like poking shots at each other online. But here's my thing. I want to leave this all out in the field. So why don't you two carry us through Group A? I'm gonna get some long deserved rest after a long day for me in the EU, and hopefully we fare better in North America. But here we go. I think our first match is going to be Agave Coven versus RPI OW1, which I thought was RIP for the longest time, but
No.
it's actually RPI. And so I was like, okay, you got me there. But like, why don't you both take it? You know what? Sorry, Joker, why don't you take it away for this first matchup here in the quarterfinals? And good luck to all the teams and participants. I will see you towards the end.
Yeah. So RPI Overwatch 1 is a collegiate team from New York. Here, it's a private university. And it's their first time competing in this Invitational. And then we have Agave Coven on the other side, a mainstay of the Invitationals, kind of like that home team. And I think that's a lot of the people on the production side are pulling for them to win out. They might not be the best, but they always put up a really good fight here, Spooky. Yeah, definitely. I do believe that it's going to be a really good game. We're going to be starting out on Nepal, which is great. I never really see Nepal. No one likes to play Nepal. It's never really chosen for tournaments that I'm part of for the first map. It's usually map 5. You always see it as a map 5, and I'm really excited to start off with you got so many variations of compositions that you can run on Nepal, because there's just so many different types of map styles. Oh, sorry, I just got word that Spooky is muted
Oh,
in
I
the
should be
audio
good now.
call, the VMAX call. Are you good? Is it good now? Okay, so so he was just talking about what that there's no really meta for the entire map of Nepal.
Absolutely.
But,
you know, 3 different points. It's you can really play whatever you want to, Joker. Like you're not forced into a composition. This is a great time for teams to show exactly what they have on maybe some of their comfort picks.
Yeah, and it should be really interesting to see what these teams really like to run. Could see a lot of Pharah, specifically on that both. All these points actually really can be run with a Pharah. I've seen that a lot recently. A lot of teams opting for that Pharah. And it'll be. I'm just really excited to see what we get to see from these teams. As one being a collegiate team, they probably have that more funding than a normal team like that just started with a group of friends. So I'm just super excited.
Yeah, we really haven't seen much from RPI Overwatch 1. But like you said, Collegiate, they have a little bit of structure around them, you know? We'll have to see exactly what that will translate to in-game. But I'm certainly excited. You know, we have a lot of really good teams in the North American bracket. Some of these heroes of T3, we've got teams like Gaia, Shikigami, just really strong teams. But then, you know, when we get into playoffs next weekend, we've got some absolute titans like Solaris Dice Gaming, and of course ISU Redbirds, the phoenix that rose from the ashes of American Tornado. That's just been crushing for so long in the scene. So there's so much Overwatch to come, but of course we are just starting here. And yeah, let's see if these teams can kind of match up to the absolute quality that we have in this tournament. I think they'll do a pretty good job.
Yeah, I definitely. Speaking on Dice Gaming, my idol of Overwatch, Gig, is playing. He is. I'm a council tank player who switched to PC, so he's a big inspiration for me, as well as some other players in the scene. But he's playing in this, so we'll talk about him. But I do believe, I don't know if we're ready to go in yet. I'm hope we're ready to go in as soon as possible and see where we're starting out on Nepal. But I really don't know what to say other than because I don't know what we're starting on, so I can't really give you any more insight.
Yeah, we will hopefully get into it very, very soon. But it does look like we are actually starting right now, Joker. So we did manage to get this going. But let's see. It looks like we're starting out on Sanctum here. Let's see. It looks like we're starting out on Sanctum here.
Yeah. So it'll be really interesting. That big pit is a big thing to deal with, specifically on Sanctum. And
it means you can run all kinds of different compositions. You know, you're maybe more likely to run the Lucio, the Ball, even the Hawk. Like, if you really want to take advantage of that environmental hazard right in the middle of the map.
Yeah. So, but right now we're seeing an interesting compositions right now coming out from both of these squads. What can you tell me about this?
So far, I'm not quite sure that these guys are going to run out on these comps. I see Keller and Fuji on the Bastion and the Torb respectively, but we are going to see the Torb. We're going to see a double shield comp coming out against more of a dive from RPI L1 with the Ball Diva, really classic dive minus the Winston. But the Torb is going to give them a lot of trouble in this fight.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get into this fight. We've already seen But no kills to speak of yet. Spitfire, but just as I said, Declan takes out Keller in this fight. That's big. The Torbjorn, a lot of damage with that turret is a very big thing that could be used. But then Fuji turning back, getting Declan out as well. It's an even team fight right now, but a big disruption coming in from Spitfire on this wrecking ball, trying to get some picks done, and it's already captured in favor of RPI. But there goes Spitfire off the side of the map. You don't want that to happen to your wrecking ball there, as right now it's still going in favor now of Agave Coven. They've got these picks in their favor, but they've got to get this point control on lock, because it's already building up in favor of RPI. The res coming in onto RJ, as the blade is out as well, trying to get some picks. It's 1-2. Oh my goodness, coming out from Jay on the Genji. Declan as well getting in on the kill feed, and it's still good, and it being in favor of RPI.
That was a ridiculously fast blade, Joker. I was not expecting that to come out of RJ at all. I really thought that Agave Coven had won that fight, and they were just waiting to get the capture on the point, but instead RPI pull it out on the back of their Genji player. Agave Coven back to the drawing board as they're trying to come in and get some percentage.
Yeah, as we go in again, Spitfire using that minefield early, gonna get a pick with it as well, and it's gonna be bode well for the side of RPI yet again. They've got the picks necessary. They've got this on lock. Spitfire with another minefield kill as well.
Yeah, that's just a quick team fight win for RPI. They don't even use that much, just that minefield, which is not the most impactful ultimate in the world. So they have double support ults and this bomb from Bigfoot to continue holding on to this. Agave Coven's got to move fast, Joker. This could already be last fight territory. There's only 80% left, or 80% on the clock.
Yeah, well, they used their amplification matrix there, but it was countered out immediately by Zobo with that transcendence, trying to keep their team alive. The self-destruct coming over the top from Bigfoot, not going to get anyone. However, now we're seeing Agave Coven trying to keep that point on lock, but a big pulse bomb yet again from Declan, and the blade is out from Jay on the Genji. Is going to get 1-2. Oh my goodness, this man is a menace with the blade, as RPI is looking to capture this, but in the middle of everything, Agave Coven getting a capture percentage, which is massive, but it might not be enough to keep this in favor or keep this map going.
The swaps are coming in. The ball, the Lucio. Will anyone be able to touch? And no. Agave Coven, they get the swap there at the end, but that means their diva wasn't participating in the fight. So RPI, they're just able to clean up with their dive comps, and it's a pretty dominant start. I mean, it's one round in Nepal, but RPI Overwatch, we said we don't know much about them. We're starting to learn they're pretty good at dive.
Yeah, I mean, if anything can be said about dive, it is a very difficult composition to run if you're not very used to each other. So right now we're seeing that this team is really well coordinated.
Especially with the Genji.
Definitely. Especially with the Genji, with not being very meta at all at this time. But now we're going into, I believe it is Shrine. And they're still, both teams are opting for a dive composition.
Yeah, we do see more of the classic dive from Agave Coven with the Pharah Mercy over on RPI, just going to be pumping in damage from the sky. No real hit scan to counter that Pharah, but looks like Agave Coven, they're just trying to take as much positioning as they can on point before it unlocks.
Yeah, well, they've got to get and that's just, I was about to say it. AR is going to be that key player to get that first pick, and they do get that first pick in the fight, and that's going to go in favor of RPI immediately. Is Declan in the backline going to get 2 as well? Toucan going down. That's a key target as well for the Tracer in this composition. And Declan figuring it out, getting the Tracer kill as well. 3 picks in that fight.
Yeah, it's just the early pick by the Pharah just opens everything up for RPI. We're going to see some respect coming out. Seaman swapping off the Zarya to that Diva. Get the defense matrix, eat some of that damage up. Then Fuji going over to the Cowboy, the hit scan character. So RJ isn't going to have as much free reign as he did before, but you already got control of the point, so it worked out that far.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be really difficult, but Keller already... the Echo Swap already working wonders for them at the moment. They've got Jay down in this fight, but it doesn't matter. It's 2 picks going in favor of RPI. Declan on the
dude.
Tracer yet again. Declan with 3 in the fight yet again. This man's a menace on the Tracer. Oh my goodness. And they should win this out. Declan with 4. Oh my goodness, Spooky.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, about RPI. The whole team's been doing great, but this DPS duo is popping off, Joker. Like, if it's not one of them, it's the other. Declan with 4, RJ with those blades. I just can't wait to see what he's going to do with this barrage. So many ultimates online for RPI. They are dominantly in control.
Yeah, well, they've got to try to get something done. McKellar's going to start it off with a pick onto RJ. That's massive. And then Grim in the back line going to get Zobo. They've got the picks necessary to win this fight out. They've just got to get more in the way of kills. They've got to get this point presence unlocked. But Spitfire already starting up, getting the DMAC Diva out of this fight. And they still have this point presence. The side of Agave Coven need to do something quickly and do it quick.
The Genji?
Do it fast. Yeah, the Genji is back. RJ back on the Genji swap, coming back to point, getting 2 in this fight. Bigfoot as well with 2. And oh my goodness, it looked all but lost. But a nice plays coming in from RPI, getting the picks necessary to stave off Agave Coven, and they've got this point, and they've got the round unlocked.
You've got to be absolutely kidding me. Who comes off spawn on a Genji to clean this kind of thing up? Agave Coven, they're trying their best. Grim's over on the ball, but he's really the only one. Spin to win. But I'm not sure it's quite going to be enough unless he can get some of his team back in here. And I don't think anyone's close enough, Joker. That is going to be map 1 going to RPI off some ridiculous DPS play, quite honestly.
Yeah, the DPS duo of RJ and Declan are a menace to deal with, and they need to be dealt with if Agave Coven has any hopes of turning this back and winning this series out. We've already seen through this first map that they can win fights on their own. Declan getting 4 multiple times in that last series was just incredible, especially on that Tracer role. And well, as RJ on the Genji, getting so much value.
Absolutely, and they're in very crucial times as well. Like, RPI are losing members, and Declan comes up with a 4K, or, they're about to lose the point on Sanctum, and then the blade comes out from RJ, gets like 3, and solidifies it for them. It's not just like, Agave Coven's on the run and they're just getting cleanup kills. These are very, very crucial. And the DPS duo from RPI, we didn't know much about them, but I'm already a fan. This is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm a super big fan of this DPS duo, and it'll be really interesting to see if they can keep this up, but they haven't shown us any reason they can't yet. So we're going to be going into, I believe it's hybrid next, but we don't know what that is going to be, what map, if you had to guess. There's obviously a big, there's just one map that everyone chooses. It's King's Row. But do you expect to go to King's Row here, or are we going to see something completely different from one of these teams?
Yeah, if I'm Agave Coven and I'm like, wow, we just got rolled by dive heroes. Maybe we do want to go to King's Row. Maybe we want to try and force this into more of a rush style. Maybe try and push RPI off, maybe off the more familiar heroes that they're used to. Genji is pretty hard to run on King's Row, Joker. Like, it's not as much high ground, not as much flanking potential. You have to go on a Odyssey to get behind them if you want to. But it's not great. But 15 minutes ago, I would have told you Genji's not that good in general, so maybe RJ can pull it off.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. RJ was, like I said, in the middle of the map. Genji not really good right now, and we saw so much work from them. It was incredible, and we're still need to wait to see where we're going. I like you said, King's Row is probably the obvious choice to try to force brawl. But I casted a game yesterday when they did a completely different tournament, but they ran Orisa Zarya.
Orisa Zarya.
Yes, Orisa Zarya.
Did it work?
No, it didn't. But both teams were running Orisa, which was really interesting to see. I don't think we're going to see that here, but we could still see some different compositions, even though it's Kings Row and the home of Brawl.
Yeah, I mean, it is the home of Brawl. That's a great way of putting it. Double Shield's not bad. You need to think about it, but there are those long sidelines. You can really set up a lot of damage coming out of maybe the Orisa, the Sigma. You can really control those long angles with the Orisa, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But if you're an honorable player, you're going to go into the Rein Zarya mirror, of course. But well, we'll see exactly what comes out of these two teams. I believe we do have the map picked. It's going to be Blizzard World. Interesting.
Definitely. Blizzard World, you don't have to necessarily run one composition. A lot of compositions can be run here, and dive specifically can be run here to a very good. Very good.
I'd argue it's very dive favored, especially those first 2 points. You get into the third, maybe you want to Rein, but there's a lot of high ground set up, especially throughout point A, point B. Actually pretty favorable to the dive DPS. So we'll see exactly what Agave Coven have. Maybe this is their best scrim. The best scrim results they have are on Blizzard World, but it's tough. How do you go off scrims when the team you're playing against is so much different than anyone you've played against before? Who runs Genji Tracer nowadays?
I don't know, but clearly it's a comfort pick for both RJ and Declan. But now we're going to be seeing RPI on this attacking phase. They're going to try to set the pace, get a big time bank, and deflate Agave Coven resolve for any sort of comeback in the series. And we're loading in right now, seeing what compositions are being run. And Agave Coven defense, they're already starting out with the double shield.
Yeah, it does look like they want to run this Orisa Sigma, and it's a very defensive double shield as well. We are going to see Simon swap over to the Diva. It's been a little bit more meta, the Orisa Diva lately, but it's, again, very defensive with a Brig Bat backline, and then the Cowboy Torb. So really kind of almost a bunker composition here. Like you're not going to be moving far from the point to get anything done. And if RPI wants to come out on flankers, there's a turret, there's a flashbang, there's a shield bash. It's going to be tough to get value. And it does look like RJ is going to come out on this Genji here, Joker. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, I'm there now. Declan did swap over from that Symmetra over to the Tracer, and like you were saying, that Torbjorn is very good to deal with these flankers that RPI is trying to run on this point here. The turret just does so much work for each of these players, but they've already gotten it into the face of Grim, who can't really run away. And Declan started off getting Toucan out of this fight. Massive pick coming in from the Tracer player yet again, getting the BAP out of this fight, but missed in the backline, getting Zobo as well. This is looking good for Agave Coven. They've got the picks necessary. Is missed getting two on the Brig, and then the Cowboy gonna finish it off with a late pick onto RJ.
Yeah, but that felt dangerous. Agave Coven, despite having all these kind of long-range heroes, it didn't feel like they put down that much pressure on RPI during the approach. Maybe a little bit too bunkered up, because you really should be putting in that damage. Unfortunately, we are going to go to a quick pause. It looks like we may have had a disconnect. But so far, that felt a little dangerous to me. If you're running that kind of composition against Dive, I don't think you'd expect a couple of picks coming in that quickly, especially with how close RPI got before Agave Coven started actually doing some damage to them. The fight pretty much broke out on point instantly.
Yeah, we saw RJ just get completely in the face.
He just walked up.
You can't let the Genji just walk up onto your main tank there. They were almost caught out there with a deflect onto the Orisa. That would have bode so poorly for the side of Agave Coven. You can't lose your main tank, specifically in that composition of Orisa Diva. I'm sure the Diva's still there, but without that shield, it's a lot of damage mitigation gone. even though it's dive, it's still a big thing.
Yeah, I mean, if Dive wants to hit you from 3 different directions, you know, the Tracer on one side, the Genji on the other, everyone else on the other, you've got that shield blocking off some of their sightlines. Without that, you're really going to be taking damage from all these different sides. So it was dangerous, you know. Grim on the Orisa went down to like 50 HP. That is just a couple of shots away from being a fight turner. Quite honestly, that would have been a very quick point A for RPI. On the other hand, you know, you do win the first fight. It's looking good for Agave. They're able to set up once again. They build up some ult charge, but I don't know what to say about this team yet. RPI, they like I don't think this is something I've seen for a very, very long time. I'm very excited to see if RJ can get the Nano Blade. He's been doing it fine with the Naked Blades, but the Nano might be something else as well. It might just break Agave Coven straight open. I'm so excited. I just cannot wait to get back into the game. These two teams have been a great start off to this tournament here, Joker.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. And now we are heading... Oh, okay. So we had a lobby mess up. So we're swapping maps and going to Hollywood now. That's, we forget about everything you just saw there, chat, and everyone viewing. We're on a different map now. What do we expect from Hollywood?
Honestly, kind of the same. I'm glad we were going to Hollywood instead of something like King's Row, so we don't have to retcon everything we said. But it's still kind of the same in that Point A and Point B especially, do have a lot of high ground that the dive could work out fairly well on. Maybe not as much Point A as compared to Blizzard World. It's a little bit harder because you have to walk through that choke. You don't have as many different ways to really get into the fight as you might on Blizzard World. But if we get to Point B, that's like dive central. Like Point B Hollywood might be like the best Winston or Ball points in the entire game. There's so much high ground, and it covers pretty much the entire map. So I'm really excited to see exactly what RPI come out on. And please ignore the top right now, because I do believe RPI will be on the left. That's with RJ and Declan and the Gavi Coven on the right. So it is RPI defending.
Yeah, RPI is in fact defending. So it's interesting. Agave Coven opting to go into this dive, already taking this high ground away from the double shield, and oh my goodness, almost getting a nice focusing beam kill from Keller there. The healing is there from Zobo on the Baptiste, but they've got this point. They've got this high ground control now, and it's going to be really difficult for the side of RPI to get back and try to re-engage up top there, pushing in, even though there is a dive, but there's already a nano boost online onto Grim, trying to get some picks, and they're going to get Zobo out of this fight. Baptiste is gone, and they're going to get the Mercy as well, it seems like, as it's already unlocked. There's 2 picks in favor of RPI, but you've got to expect the side of Agave Coven have won this point out, and very decisively.
Yeah, Grim does so much there, and a lot of that is based off the dive ability of some of RPI's heroes. You know, they're not running the Brig, they're not running any kind of stun really. No Cowboys, no Flashbang. It's a very diveable group. The Ashe, the Genji really can't do too much against that Tesla cannon, so Grim does get a lot of value. We were talking about Hollywood a bit, just the map in general. We did mention that RPI are running double shield with the Genji. They're so comfortable on this pick. It didn't work out for them for Point A, but let's see what they can bring on Point B, as Agave Coven have a lot of ults to work with.
Well, Fuji's starting it off with a nice pulse bomb kill onto Declan that's rezzed straight up right after that, but they don't have the res longer for this long fight now, as the blade is out from RJ, but not going to get any value. As a big anti-nade onto RJ in the backline, but it's going in favor now of RPI thanks to Declan's Bob. After getting rezzed up, they've got a lot of picks in their favor, and the defense is holding strong for RPI now.
Yeah, you know, RJ didn't get the picks, but he did occupy both supports. We saw the Battle Mercy trying to take him out, and that means the consistent damage coming in from the Bob can just take down some heroes that might not have otherwise. But still, it's a quick re-engage from Agave Coven.
Well, Grim is in the backline yet again with the Primal Rage, trying to get out some picks, but it's not going to be Grim on the Winston. It's going to be Fuji starting it off, getting Zobo out of the fight. And then there we see it's another nice team fight win so far for Agave Coven. They've got RPI has to back up now.
Yeah, they haven't quite been able to get as much value out of this Genji pick as they have before. And so far, it does seem like Agave Coven has their foot on the gas pedal. They're consistently pushing forward, and we see it again now. They're not giving RPI a chance to regroup. They're getting the picks. But someone has to get on cart, Joker.
Oh no, yeah, you can push up as much as you want, but not having any cart presence is going to be detrimental. As we do see a sleep dart kill onto RJ, which is a really fun thing to see, as we do see the Mercy using their ultimate there in that fight, trying to keep everyone alive, and it's looking good for Agave Coven as we do see we get the Battle Mercy out, and you're gonna get the pick onto Declan as well, but Zobo turns it back, getting missed out of this fight, as now it's still turning in favor of RPI after a nice amp matrix coming out from the Baptiste there.
Yeah, RPI just not really giving up on that fight. Toucan and Fuji tried their best, but with Toucan falling, I don't think Fuji can do it on his own, especially now that he is back in spawn. So RPI are able to hold on to that. I want to credit RJ for actually going back and stalling the card out. Like I was saying, no, Agave were pushing up. They were getting picks onto like people like Spitfire, but the card wasn't moving, and that was because RJ had the presence of mind to go back there and hold on. And now RPI have a pretty good hold. They have the high ground and a lot of ultimates to work with, but there's a duplicate and a nano boost coming out from Agave Coven. That's dangerous.
Well, the nano boost is going to be used onto the Winston, and it's going to be already in favor of Agave Coven, as Fuji is also in the backline getting picks as well. Grim using that Primal Rage just to get some space, it seems, at the moment. Nothing really doing with the Primal Rage, but it doesn't matter, as Keller and Fuji getting picks in this fight for Agave Coven. Bigfoot still alive, however, trying to turn it back, but it might not be enough as the Pulse Bomb gets a lot of damage done as Fuji hits the final blow. Fuji with another 2K in that fight, but RJ back on this Genji. Getting Fuji out of the fight is big, but it's still in favor of Agave Coven as they have Keller still left on this point, getting picks into their favor, and the Tesla cannon can't be deflected as there goes RJ down. The respawn's trying to come back as the Amp Matrix is going to be used by Zobo, trying to get to push out of this little doorway, as they do have the little contest with the Diva for the time being, but the anti-nade is there, and it looks like the side of Agave Coven should have this point on lock as, oh my goodness, it just gets contested yet again, but the C9 is there. The Deadeye gets a pick, but it's not going to be enough, as Agave Coven does get this point unlocked just as RPI wins this fight.
Yeah, the RPI do come alive at the end there, but Agave Coven already had the capture. That fight went on forever, Agave Coven. It opened with Toucan using a nano boost, and it ended with him using a nano boost. So neither team really giving up. I do want to shout out Keller for just duplicating RJ on the Genji and getting that pick, just diffing him a little bit on that roll. He didn't get a blade or anything out of it, but he did get the pick on RJ, which is what really matters. Now Agave Coven pushing forward, trying to finish out this map. They have ultimates to work with, but RPI don't have too much. They're going ahead and committing the supercharger, but the dive comes through anyway.
Yeah, the dive coming through, not normally you see that, but Fuji taking down Declan on the Cowboy. As he dies to their own Pulse Bomb, but we do see RJ using the Dragon Blade. Gonna get 2 in this fight. The copied Cowboy not gonna get any value from that duplicated Deadeye. And RPI holding strong on this .3 defense like they definitely need to. There's only a minute left now, Spooky.
Yeah, that was looking a little rough with Declan falling first, but the blade coming out from RJ, I believe with the damage boost from Aqua Boost, who had used the Valkyrie. So you have the boosted blade, if not the nano, just putting down the damage. Now RPI, they're looking like they're pretty good to hold. Agave Coven used a lot of ultimates to get in there, Joker, and they have nothing to show for it still. Toucan with the nano boost. A nano monkey could ruin anyone's day, and it's coming in.
Yeah, the nano boost trying to get some picks down, but nothing's doing it. It's going to be Declan, however, starting this fight off as on the Cowboy, getting a Keller out of this fight. Another pick from Keller. or sorry, from Declan, but then Keller getting out Declan in that fight. Self-destruct being used just to remech, trying to bode some time for this RPI defense as it's looking good as Zobo gets the DMAC Diva. And it's down to 13 seconds. I don't know if there is a chance that no one can touch here.
It's going to be close. I'm sure the Tracer should be able to get onto point at least for a little bit. I don't know if that's going to be winning the fight, though. It's all coming down to the wire.
Yeah, the Supercharger was invested early in that fight, trying to keep away Agave Coven as the dive going up on top, trying to get the picks onto Declan and the Mercy, but nothing doing. It's going to be Declan with some nice shots onto the Mercy, getting that first pick in this fight, trying to build up the Deadeye, trying to get some picks done and dusted. As he does build up the Deadeye now, the Deadeye coming down, dropping from on high, trying to get some picks, but it's not going to be the Deadeye that gets the picks. It's going to be RJ with the Dragon Blade yet again. One doing, and the copy Dragon Blade coming out from Keller, not going to do anything. The focusing beam going to be what they need to get Bigfoot out of this fight, but it's not looking good for Agave Coven. They're at a disadvantage, and there's 3 people on point for the side of RPI, but the respawns are coming back. Grim getting the nano boost early in this fight, and Fuji taking down Aqua Boost, who is in mid-res. This could be enough to flip it in favor of Agave Coven here. They've got to get these picks, these stall picks on RPI out of this fight as Bigfoot gets 2 on the Wrecking Ball, but Grim popping this Primal Rage. Oh my goodness, the Pulse Bomb getting a pick as well. Oh my goodness, Agave Coven from the Break of Death getting the full 3 points. And oh my goodness, I lost for words there.
Yeah, I have no idea how they turned that one around. I'm not sure if it was RPI losing a little bit of their calling structure, maybe, not being able to capitalize on some of the openings they got. But by all means, with the they had the picks, they had the ultimates, they had the spawn advantage. There was no reason RPI should have lost that one. Agave Coven just come alive, and they're bolstered by 2 crucial ultimates, that nano boost from Toucan onto Grim, followed up by the Primal Rage. So the Winston basically has 3 lives. So if he's tanking all that damage, and then he gets nanoed, and he's back to full, and then he takes a bunch of damage, and then he primals, and he's back to full, potentially giving Agave Coven enough time to get back into the fight. But that's a rough one for RPI. Yeah, you should have won that one.
Yeah, definitely. But there's a silver lining for RPI. They got it. It's down to overtime. Yes. So if they complete it with more than a minute, they've got the chance to win this map. They can only draw it, but that is if they can complete it with time on the board over a minute. And looking at Agave Coven, they're expecting the dive to come back out from RPI. They've got Keller on this Torbjorn.
Yeah, it's the same bunker comp. I believe the exact same bunker comp that we saw for a little bit on Blizzard World. Really, not exactly a proactive composition. Like, you're not hunting down picks or anything, but you're going to be putting down a lot of damage, and it will be difficult for RJ or Spitfire to actually get in without getting stunned up.
Yeah. But Spitfire trying to take out that lot of damage down from Keller's turret already, as he is in that backline trying to get picks. A nice pile driver onto the backline, but nothing doing yet. They do get the Immortality Field out from Toucan there, as Keller starting this fight off. Getting Spitfire gone is going to be massive, and the DMAC as well coming on to Bigfoot. That should be enough for the side of Agave Coven to hold this defense strong on point 1.
Yeah, this is already looking rough for RPI, just compositionally, and we are going to see the swaps coming in. RJ going over to that Pharah, not the swap I would have gone to. You know, the Torb turret and the Cowboy are putting a lot of damage in, but RJ doesn't care about what we think. RJ wants to play the heroes he's good at.
Yeah, it might work out for them, but with Agave Coven in this little space, they've got a lot of ways to hide from the Pharah. The Immortality, or the Amp Matrix is already out from Toucan, but it doesn't seem to matter, as Declan gets a first pick onto Fuji, and the res is there on the Spitfire. They've got this fight in their hands right now. They've got to keep going, however, as Mist getting another pick in this fight, starting it off, and the Molten Core is on the point. They should have this defense to set up now is looking good for Agave Coven. They look shaky for a little bit, but they've got the picks now necessary to keep this defense holding strong.
Yeah, there was a lot of damage coming in, and that anti-nade from Zobo would have spelled the end for any other team unless they had that rally for Mist. The armor still comes in. Like, you don't have healing, but you do have armor, and that's how Agave Coven are able to hold on there. Now, RPI, they're running out of time. They're building up to these ultimates, but they have to come up with something here, because 2 minutes are already down. Agave Coven are holding pretty strong here.
Yeah, and they've got Supercharger and Self-Destruct online for Agave Coven. That's going to be a lot of damage and a lot of space making. But RJ going down with that with the barrage as well, that's going to be a lot of time built taken away from RPI. Declan does get Fuji out of that fight, but I don't think it's going to be enough as Mist does take down to, Declan. They've got to get out. They've got to regroup. It's down to 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Yeah, but they have everything to work with here. RPI need to win this next fight. They need to go with some kind of nano barrage, even with the Valk as well. RJ, I believe, is setting up for it, trying to get in the back line, but no!
Oh no!
Fuji was coming back from spawn!
Fuji getting the massive
You
pick.
cannot res that.
No, and Fuji gets another pick onto Declan as well. They do get the res onto RJ, and they do nano him. The barrage is coming out from over the top, getting color out of this fight. But the Deadeye from Fuji is going to get Aqua Boost. This could be it. There's 40... I thought there was less time left. There's only 35
but they don't have
seconds
ultimates.
left.
They used everything for that. Declan fell trying to cover the res. You cannot res in that position. Fuji's right there. You get RJ back, but you lose Declan, and everything falls apart. They have 20 seconds and nothing to work with.
Yeah, and especially with Keller having this Molten Core available, they need a miracle.
And the rally, dude, it is not looking good.
Yeah, they definitely need a miracle right now. Do RPI. They're trying to make space with Spitfire and this Wrecking Ball. It's not looking good because Fuji's already taken out Declan. RJ on the Genji yet again, getting Keller out of this fight, but it's not going to matter as the raid boss Fuji has already got 4 picks in this fight. Oh my goodness. And they've done it. They've done the full hold. And they've tied up the series 1-1.
Yeah, Agave Coven coming back so strong on this point, finishing all 3 points and then getting that full hold as well. And maybe we're seeing a couple chinks in RPI's armor here, Joker. They are playing these less conventional compositions with the Pharah, with the Genji, and maybe Control was a little bit of a fluke. You can run weird compositions on Control because you're not really forcing your way into a defensive positioning like you would be on Hollywood. Agave Coven really take advantage of that, going with this Orisa bunker comp and just putting down so much pressure. It's oppressive to get into that. The Orisa's putting down damage, there's a turret, there's a Torb as well, there's just the Cowboy just plinking people out of the sky. Just so much damage. And even if you get in, you're getting shield bashed immediately.
Yeah, like you were saying, that Control is usually that outlier for all the different map types. And like you were saying, you can run wacky comps. And we're seeing right now that maybe RPI is not that flexible. We've only seen RJ run 2 heroes. And he's run them well, but when you can only run 2 heroes well, that leaves your team very susceptible to being counterplayed. And we're seeing that so far from Agave Coven after map 2. And we are going to go into map 3, but after a short little break. Don't go anywhere. Map 3, it's going to be Escort right after this.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Will English Invitational number 3. We're here watching RPI Overwatch 1 versus Agave Coven. And after a really nice 3-0 from Agave Coven, they've tied the series back up 1-1. And like we were saying before the break, RPI not looking as strong as they did on Control.
Absolutely. It has been kind of this back and forth game where RPI comes out incredibly strong on Control. Nobody was expecting it, especially not us. Just rip out the Genji Tracer and dominate. And then Agave, they try it again on Hollywood, but Agave Coven, they were able to kind of bunker up with this Orisa, Torb, Cowboy composition. And it really seemed to tear apart RPI. I don't think they were quite ready, quite prepared on how to deal with it. So we do go to 1-1 with both teams taking a map dominantly.
Yeah, but like we were saying before the break as well, we've only seen RJ run 2 heroes, I feel like. Maybe swapped off to something different, but we've only really seen him play that Genji and the Pharah. If he continues that, this isn't going to bode well for RPI. They need to be able to show some sort of he needs to show some sort of more of a hero pool so they can build on the strong parts of their team as well going into the map 3, which is going to be an escort. We don't know what it is yet, but when we get to it, we'll tell you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there are a lot of DPS heroes to swap to, and you know, just seeing someone play 2 heroes isn't the be-all, end-all, but if you're swapping from Genji over to Pharah into, you know, the Torb Cowboy, that may be a little bit worrying. Yeah, it could be a lack of flexibility, but it could also just be a whole heck of a lot of confidence. But it might be bordering on arrogance there to play the Pharah against that composition. But you know, it has worked for RPI before. They managed to do some wondrous stuff on Nepal, so I just can't wait to see this third map and see exactly what these 2 teams are going to give us.
Well, the third map is in, and it's going to be Junkertown. Oh my goodness, yeah, this is going to be really difficult for them to run that far. It's so open as well. The Genji may be a little bit more possible, but again, it's such an open map, and it's so driven by snipers. It'll be, I don't know, maybe it's going to be really difficult if they can't, they only stick to the Pharah Genji for RPI. But we'll have to see what it's going to be ran right now. What are you expecting here?
Yeah, I mean, Genji is a little bit difficult. Actually, when you talk about the snipers, I actually think that might be a boon for RJ if, you know, Agave Coven comes out with, like, the Widow Hanzo, the double sniper composition. RJ can lock the Genji, just deflect those shots right back into their heads, dash around, get those picks. In the perfect world. Yeah, but it absolutely is a little bit more difficult to play the Genji in the neutral game. But you do get a bit of a boon with the Widowmaker, as aside from, you know, something like the Cowboy, who has that hits or has that flashbang to really stun you up. There really isn't much Widow can do except hit the shot if the Genji gets on top of her. But it's getting there that is the problem. You know, there's not a whole lot of cover. There's a lot of wide open spaces. RJ is going to have to get a little bit creative if he wants to get these dives off, but he's doing it. He's playing the Genji. We've got the Genji on the field. We've got the Hog from Spitfire as well.
Wow.
And RPI, you know, they're sticking to their guns so far, but we are going to see what looks like a bit of a Widow duel coming out here, Joker.
Yeah, as RPI also throwing it back with a little bit of a pulled pork composition here. Really interesting to see. But we've already seen the ball already in the back line trying to harass out Declan as Fuji trying to get some shots onto the opposition here. It's got to be down to those Widowmakers who can get those first picks. But Grim, it doesn't matter. Bigfoot's already gotten that first pick in this fight thanks to a nice hook coming in from Spitfire. They've got the defense starting. And they're probably going to hold off here for a little bit and to wait to get their full team back.
Yeah, Grim might have a bad time here on the ball. With both the hook and the Discord Orb, there's a lot of damage that could be coming down. But so far, Agave Coven have gotten a lot of card progress. Not much contestation coming out from RPI.
Yeah, it's really interesting simply since they have the pulled pork composition instead of this ball Sigma that Agave Coven's running. They can't get that point control. It's a nice pile driver coming in, getting Zobo out of this fight. Spitfire turning it, getting Keller as well in this fight, but it's right now, just as I say that, RPI have got this advantage in their favor. They've got all the picks necessary to win this fight out, and they do in fact win this fight out.
Yeah, they just have the positioning, and that really felt like to me that RPI did not want to give up the high ground at any point, and that's why the cart got so far along. They were able to just keep putting in the damage, putting on the pressure, and then when the fight came, when push came to shove, they were able to, they had all that damage already on Agave Coven and were able to follow up on it. Now RPI building up to a lot of ultimates here, and let's see exactly how they are able to use them. They might not even need to off that kill on Grim.
Yeah, it was a really nice combo coming in from the tank line there, a nice pulled pork. And like you said, they might not have to really actually invest anything. They do in fact invest the supercharger, however. An interesting decision here as the Agave Coven is just going to hold off and wait for it to go down.
Yeah, and they were waiting for Grim anyway. Now they're able to go forward with the engagement, but Grim dies again. Grim is having a bad day.
And RJ using the Dragon Blade as well, getting one pick, but is going to be countered, getting down by the Gravitic Flux. There goes the whole hog out as well, trying to get some people away from the point, as it's still looking good for RPI. There's another nice hook coming in from Spitfire, and Grim is down again.
You cannot just roll into a hog like that. The Discord Orb's there to just put in that extra damage. Spitfire is having the time of his life on this hog here. RPI used a lot of ultimates to hold on in that fight, so Agave Coven do have the advantage there, but it's an infrasight and a minefield. It's not the most impactful, abilities in the world here, Joker.
Yeah, it's down to 60 seconds here, and it's not looking good for the side of Agave Coven as the tank goes down again. Toucan trying to turn it back, getting RJ out of his face. No, my goodness. A quick scope coming in from Fuji, and another pick as well, and the hook getting canceled out. It's looking good now for the Agave Coven. They've got picks necessary, and they should be able to hold this out if they can get another pick. They do. Fuji winning the Widow duel on the Declan for the first time, it feels like, all the time. Toucan using that Transcendence to keep people alive, and it's looking good. Agave Coven have the picks necessary to win this out. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to touch, and no one's going to be able to touch. They get this point on lock.
Yeah, and Agave Coven needed that there. They needed Fuji to step up and get some of these picks in because they had really stalled out. They weren't getting much at all, but the Infrasight comes out, able to pop the Widow, then Fuji has free reign to get a little bit more damage in. So Agave Coven, they do manage to cap just before overtime. Now let's see if RPI can find a good place to set up. They're still running the same composition. They still have this hog, and they're building up a few ultimates as well, while Agave Coven use pretty much everything just to get over the line.
Yeah, we'll be seeing what they can really do. It's nothing's really happening right now. They're looking for Fuji to get a pick onto this opposing team as the Supercharger is down for RPI. That's going to be a lot of damage, and Simon already having to use that grasp to keep alive, but he's already down yet again with some nice focusing fire. Fuji turning it back, getting RJ out of this fight with a nice headshot, but it's going to be rezzed up, and it's still looking good as Fuji has to peek out onto Declan as Declan gets that final blow onto his Widow counterpart, and RPI holding strong on this defense now.
Yeah, that was a nice play from Declan, who I believe popped the Infrasight to cover the Resurrect on the RJ. knowing that Fuji cannot try and peek that if he's just going to get headshot immediately. A little aggressive from RPI. RJ does get out, and Zobo gets the pick, but Bigfoot's down. I don't think the res is online here, Joker. Without the arrest,
it is.
Oh, they do get it back, so that was dangerous for a minute.
Yeah, but the Flux was there, but it gets stunned out by probably by the Hog there, and the Dragon Blade coming out from RJ, gonna get 3. Oh my goodness! I thought he was only gonna get 1, but then Zobo turns it and gets the 2 as well. And that's a team wipe. There's only 60 seconds remaining. It's looking good for RPI, but Agave Coven have things online here.
Yeah, but that was Agave Coven's best chance. They had the Flux and the Rally and don't come out with anything. The Dragon Strike, the Mines, they could get value, but it's not guaranteed at all. So Agave Coven have to come up with something, but RPI with the defensive positioning, Grim is scrambling to try and find a way in here.
Yeah, the Dragon Strike was used there early in that fight, trying to get some positional advantage, and there goes the minefield as well, and it's gonna get Bigfoot with it. Oh my goodness, that's a big mishap if you are RPI, as they get another pick on the miss. The Grim goes down, unfortunately, very low, and it's still looking good. Oh my goodness, I didn't even notice. Fuji gets 2 headshots, but Zobo gets 2 as well. But it's still looking good. Fuji's got 3 in this fight. They've got to get Spitfire off this point. That one tanky boy, as he does go down. Fuji with 4 in that fight, trying to keep Agave Coven in this fight. He's doing so severely. It feels like single-handedly sometimes. Mist gets out. Aqua Boost looking for the pick on the Declan in the window there, but they do get the respawn as Declan gets the headshot on the Fuji, but another C9 coming in, it seems, as RPI had all the tools necessary to win that fight out, but you can't get off the point when it's that close to the checkpoint.
Yeah, I think too many members had just fallen. A couple were still coming back. Maybe they would have been able to take that one, but just not the members there to actually stand tall. I don't think the tanks were in position to get there. And again, it's Agave Coven needing a fantastic performance from Fuji in overtime to get over the line. You're running out of time. I'm not sure if Agave will be able to finish this map if they're just going to be relying on their Widowmaker to make a big play.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, and there's definitely not enough time to cap with time on the board. You've got to get some picks now if you want it to keep moving forward. As they do pop the infrasight, they know where everyone is, but it's not leading to any kills at the moment. They've got this positional advantage, it seems, at the moment, but there goes Grim off the side and almost getting hooked, but Spitfire gets Nick, who might arguably be a better target to get because they had the Rally online. They're going to be using a whole hog, and the dash gets the kill on the Fuji as the whole hog does get a pick, as RJ somehow uses Dragon Blade and gets a pick again. And it's down to 10 seconds left, and they get another hook. Oh my goodness, Spitfire getting a hook into a blinking tracer. This man on the hog has just been impressive throughout this entire map, and they do hold Agave Coven to only 2 points of progress.
RPI used 6 ultimates in that last fight, Joker, but I don't think they needed a single one. It was that hook coming out from Spitfire onto the Brigida that really sealed the deal there. Brig almost had the Rally. We saw Mist using it in the very last seconds. So Mist almost has the Rally, but gets hooked, gets deleted, and then there's just Zen heals for your final push. And then RPI just pops 6 ultimates and get the cleanup. But it wasn't the ults that won that fight for them. It was killing the break.
Definitely. It was almost a pick onto Grim, but like you said, Mist was the one hooked, and they had that Rally online that changed the game.
It's disastrous. You cannot win that fight anymore.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but they do get a lot of progress, which is a big thing, specifically on Junkertown and a lot of escort maps as well, because you do see a lot of full holds on these first points. But right now we're seeing RJ opting for this. This is weird. I don't think I've ever seen someone opt to run Pharah on this open map of Junkertown.
Maybe his Overwatch is bugged. Maybe he only has 2 heroes he can pick. Maybe it's only the Genji, the Pharah. So far, the Genji did work out on the defense fairly well, but no, we see some flexibility from RJ. We're taking out the Bastion.
Oh, and that was almost a great charge from Grim there, but gets killed, ulted up by the gold of the Orisa, but it's not gonna matter. The hold, or sorry, the spawn hold from Agave Coven is starting out strong. He's got the picks necessary, and it's looking good so far.
Yeah, an interesting spawn hold with this Widowmaker. They're really trusting Fuji to get some of these picks because he won't be really contributing in these close range fights. But so far it is working out for Agave Coven. RPI have to come back, and they're going with a sim strat. They're dodging spawn entirely.
Ooh, as we do see Fuji trying to take some shots, but they've already got a high ground positioning due RPI. Thanks to that sim strat from Declan, as he is trying to catch out Fuji with that the alternate fire there. As the Amp Matrix is already out from Toucan, but it's not going to matter as Fuji's goes down to the Bastion, who is just teleporting from high ground to high ground, and they're getting cult progress and they can't contest it because of this Bastion raining damage from on high.
Yeah, it's a beautiful play coming out from RPI. They already have the Bastion, they have the Orisa. They're like, you know, if we can't get out of spawn normally, if we can't walk our way out there, we'll just teleport. Why not? Just get to the high ground and really take pretty much a defensive positioning against the rush comp. They take their poke comp, put it outside, and just put down so much damage. Agave Coven were stuck in that tiny room there. They can't get anything done, and now they have to push back. They have to push out into this Bastion, and this Orisa, and the Sigma. It's gonna be tough. Look how far back RJ's playing. He's comfy.
Yeah, the Flux is gonna be used as well. The Blizzard on point. That's gonna be massive. That's a lot of space made for the side of Agave Coven, but the tank mode is more like Overwatch 2 ultimate. He's going from far away, getting some picks with the tank configuration, and still looking good for RPI. Declan getting the counterpart out on the Hanzo. Declan with 2 and 3 in this fight. Declan with 4. Oh my goodness, Declan 5. Did he get it? But he can't get 6. Someone's already dead.
An absolute performance coming out from Declan, swapping over to the Hanzo, showing he's a little bit more than just a hit scan. And terrific play coming through from RPI, who despite being held in spawn for just a little bit, are really rolling forward. And look how strong this positioning is. They are very aggressive of taking spots where they can set up.
Yeah, the Mave wall coming up, trying to split off RJ. And the Amp Matrix is out from Agave Coven, but the Dragon Strike is there, trying to split up the rest of the team, but it's not going to do much. As the self-destruct coming over the top from Simon, not going to get any picks either. It's really up to, oh, but that's a big pick. Toucan gets RJ out of this fight, but it does not seem to matter as the Mercy is there pressing up RJ, and it's still going good for RPI. They get out RJ yet again, but it doesn't matter when you can't kill the rest of the team.
Yeah, Agave Coven swapping over to a more standard rush comp, going off the Widow they were starting with, going for the Hanzo, trying to put a lot of extra damage into this bunkerish composition coming out from RPI. But RJ swapped off. He doesn't want to play the Bastion anymore, and Joker, you don't even have to see the screen to know what he swapped to. It is going to be the Pharah. Let's see how this works out for RPI. We're going with a blistering fast time so far on Junkertown.
Well, the Dragon Strike was coming there from Fuji, trying to get some value, but RJ does go down and the Blizzard was out, but it's still looking good for RPI. But just because I say that, missed getting a pick onto Bigfoot, but then it doesn't matter because RJ gets Reds back up and gets 2 picks of his own, and it's still going to be RPI capturing. They've got 4 minutes and not that long to go.
Yeah, the card is not in a good place for Agave either. They are going to have to take a very forward hold. They cannot play close to their spawn like they'd want to. You know, the spawn advantage is very strong on point C, but they're not going to be able to take advantage of it with a golden box of victory right around the bend there. They have to come under. They have to take a forward hold, and they might only have 1 fight.
Yeah, well, Declan is already getting missed out of this fight, who is almost up to that sound barrier, which could bode very poorly for Agave Coven. They do have the Amp Matrix out, and they do get Declan, which could be big, trying to get up to that Dragon Strike, but the Amp Matrix is out from Zobo as well, trying to get some extra damage, but RJ's down, but it doesn't seem to matter still because Zobo's still alive, getting 2 picks of his own. Oh my goodness, everyone on RPI contributing on this map so far as the Battle Mercy is out. Aqua Boost getting a nice headshot kill onto assignment, and it's still going strong for RPI. They have not been stopped as, oh my goodness, Aqua Boost with another pick.
And Agave are still spawning. Both their supports aren't even back in the map yet. RJ's back over on the Bastion. There is nothing Agave can do. They need an absolute miracle to get away with this one, Joker. I don't think it's happening.
Well, they do get the touch, but Bigfoot already took out Grim, and the Dragon Strike is there to keep people away as RPI take map number 3 and move into match point.
Yeah, RPI, you know, RJ expands his hero pool by 50% by breaking out the Bastion, and then suddenly they're back to dominant form. You know, we had some worries after the Hollywood performance. We're like, are these guys control one tricks? Are they only able to run these wacky compositions on places like Nepal where you can get away with it? But no, they come to Junkertown, they play their own game, they don't play anything meta, and they dominate. They do fantastic.
Yeah, they did very, very well with just, like you said, these off-meta compositions that you don't normally see, and it's working well for them. Agave Coven, after they thought they had them figured out after map 2, but then they pull out the Bastion, and it's a completely different beast, and it's such fun Overwatch we're seeing today. I'm so excited.
This team is a blast to watch. It is absolutely fantastic. I'm loving it.
Yeah, I am too, and it's gonna be even more fun. I mean, it's everyone's favorite map type. Not sarcastic or whatever. Going into Assault, but I think what RPI has been running can really do well on an Assault map type.
Yeah, I do think it depends on what map we see, but I do think Assault does lend itself very well to the Pharah, especially on the defense. The defensive Pharah, you have a lot of different places you can set up. On the offense, not so much, but that's when RJ breaks out the Genji, of course. Why not?
Of course.
So potentially, you know, we will see that kind of split. We are going to Temple of Anubis. We have that map confirmed. And I'm just excited to see exactly what RPI run out on here. There is a lot of high ground on this point A, so potentially, you know, they will lock the Genji, even for the defense. But
yeah.
We do have to see. I can't predict this team. I don't even know why I'm trying.
Well, I would normally say you could see maybe a Junkrat and a Sniper, but we haven't seen the Junkrat come out yet from RJ. We've seen the Sniper come out from Declan. But it's still, the Pharah can work here on Temple of Anubis, not so much as it would on Hanamura, but still, they've got some decent areas, decent sightlines for that Pharah to go in. That splash damage is going to be huge going into these tight rooms, tight corridors, but that's why I like Junkrat so much more for Temple of Anubis.
Yeah, it is the standard pick. This is the best map for Junkrat in the entire game. But like you said, it's decent for Pharah. And RJ's played Pharah where it might not be decent. Quite a bit less than decent. So I think he'll take decent for Pharah. But he is going, at least teasing us so far, with his other pick, the Genji.
Yeah, and we are seeing more of an old school composition minus the Junkrat. You'd normally see on a Junkrat, a Temple of Anubis, you'd see that Junkrat and that Widowmaker, and then the Bold Pork yet again is coming out. It's like we're throwing back to 2018 Overwatch with a Baptiste in the mix.
Yeah, that does seem what it is, but I do actually like this pick coming out from RPI. You know, that they're on a Genji and a Hog, which generally aren't the most meta picks in the world, but this is a team built off individual performances. And if you're going that route, if you understand how mechanically good your players are, put them on stuff they'll pop off on. Why not? Like, get the picks, get the damage in, and really do that work. We already see Spitfire already starting it up. That is a reset for Agave Coven. They can't go in without their Tracer.
Yeah, the Tracer is so big for this composition. They need to get those picks with the Tracer to go in as well with that Winston. But it's going to be Fuji starting off on the Cowboy, getting Spitfire, but it's going to be rezzed up quickly up as Declan gets a nice headshot onto Toucan. You can't go in without that flex support healing As just as I say that, Spoogie gets another pick. The raid boss of Agave Coven still trying to turn this fight in their favor, but it doesn't look possible. They're gonna have to take this. But, you know, just as I say things, the opposite happens. Keller gets the pick onto RJ. It is the caster curse in full effect so far. The dive coming in onto the tanks there. They do get Bigfoot out of the fight, and Zobo goes down. And that's a quick capture coming in from Agave Coven, it seems.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to pull off that hold without the hog, and Spitfire just got bullied a little bit. RPI are trying to come into this one, but Agave have such good positioning, they should be fine. You know, you've got an Orisa and a hog, you're not moving fast. You don't have time to get back to point A, and that is going to be an early first capture for Agave Coven here. RPI building up to some ultimates. They may be able to hold on. Agave Coven, they probably need a big pulse bomb if they want to get away with this attack.
Yeah, they need something big from these DPS. They don't have really anything else. Miss trying to get up to that rally. That could be that go sign for this Agave Coven squad. But RJ has this Dragon Blade online. We've seen so many good things as well. With the Valkyrie online, we could be seeing a damage-boosted Dragon Blade coming in online from RPI any second now. But if they're both these teams are taking it slow, but there it might be. Oh, I thought he was gonna dash in, use that Dragon Blade, but no, they're gonna take it even slower there. But there's the pulse bomb to stick onto the Orisa, not gonna get the kill. However, the self-destruct coming out, and there goes the Dragon Blade as RJ gets one. He's looking for another. He gets another, but it's gonna be a whip shot kill onto RJ. Finishing out, but the damage might have already been done as the side of RPI are going to be holding strong on this defensive point too.
Yeah, RJ gets exactly what he needs. It was a little interesting to me that he actually used the blade without either the supercharger or the Valkyrie coming out. You know, RPI have liked to combo those ultimates together. It might not be a nano, but it gets the job done. But RJ, it looks like this is why. He decided he wants to swap over to the Reaper. Grim is once again going to have a bad time playing into a Reaper hog.
Ooh, a nice hook coming in from Spitfire there, as they do keep away people from the point. But yeah, then we now see a fourth hero that RJ can play. I'm excited. The Reaper, like you said, very good for this Winston that they're playing.
Yeah, there's something about his hero pool. I'm not entirely sure what it is. The Reaper, Genji, Pharah, Bastion. I feel like that should be called some kind of hero pool, but I'm not quite sure what. Grim is pushing forward, but dueling Deadeyes.
Dueling Deadeyes both get two, but it's still in favor of the defending squad because the respawn advantage is so much in their favor. As Spitfire gets out missed, Spitfire with two in the fight. That's going to be all they need, it seems, as they've got the people on point. Aquabus finally getting that final kill on the Grim as they're still holding strong. 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, Aquabus actually swapping over to this Lucio here. I don't know if they were just worried about potentially losing. He hasn't swapped back to the Mercy. There it is now. And I wanted to highlight the Mercy actually with how individual RPI are kind of playing and how much they're relying on individual big plays. You need that Resurrect. The res gives you so much more sustain that you wouldn't otherwise have in a composition, in a team that plays like this, where you're really relying on, you know, your DPS, your hog to come up with something big for you. It allows them to make a couple more mistakes, allows them to be a little bit more risky when you know you have Aqua Boost with that res, which is why they've run the Mercy this entire time.
Well, you were talking about the hog getting picks, and we did see Spitfire get another big pick in that fight. They've got to wait for a while. There goes the nano boost onto Grim. It was a big ante indeed. But Keller starts it off getting a pulse bomb kill onto Zobo. The self-destruct over the top, not going to get anyone, however. But it's still going in favor of RPI. Simon does get RJ out of this fight, but it does not matter. The respawns are still going to be in favor of RPI. They've got the picks necessary to keep it on point. But another big ante, and Zobo is down. That is going to be so huge. They don't have their big source of healing. Definitely gets a Deadeye kill. The RJ trying to turn it back. They get Keller out of this fight. RJ with another pick in this fight. And it's still seeming like RPI is holding strong on this defense.
Yeah, I mean, Spitfire gets those two picks in the beginning, and then, like, what do you do if you're Agave? You don't have the spawn advantage. Like, even if you're trading out, it's not going to work for you. It just doesn't work, you know? You can't allow for Spitfire to get so much value. But it's difficult, you know. There's 18 different threats, and there's only six. There's only 6 players on the roster, but it seems like there's so many more threats coming out that, you know, like Seaman on the D.Va has to be aware of. But now RJ, he's waiting for it. He's ready. He's lurking. He's got the Blossom.
There we go. On from down from on high. Not gonna get any value, but a lot of damage done. Spitfire again with another big pick on the miss. That is going to bode a team fight win yet again for RPI. It's just those crucial picks coming in from this RPI squad every so often that just win them team fight after team fight.
Yeah, it's what this composition's based around, and it really does seem like Agave Coven are struggling to get in here, you know. Grim and Keller are trying to make space, but they often seem to be getting kicked first as well. They're doing their best with the Nano. They got a bat pick. That could be something, but it's the res and the headshot.
The res of the headshot is there yet again, and RPI have done it. They've gotten it down to 15 seconds. They've got this hold almost on lock. The self-destruct trying to get something done, but no, it's not going to be enough as it's the rest of RPI just getting the picks necessary. Everyone contributing to the kill feed, and they've done it. They've got that hold, and they've got only 1 point of progress to Agave Coven, and it's very winnable now for RPI.
Absolutely. Agave Coven would have loved to at least have a tick here, Joker. It is looking rough for them. RPI had so much... they just did such a good job of holding, and a lot of that is based off Aqua Boost's Mercy. Agave Coven, again and again, they get an opening pick, they try to follow up on it, but they could never deny the res. So instead of, you know, forcing your way into a 5v6 fight with the dive, you're forcing your way into a 6v6 against a close-range bunker comp. You're not going to win that. You're never going to win that one. They were never able to deny Aqua Boost's res. So it's like you have that green light, you have the go sign when you get that opening pick, and then immediately you get the red light as it gets res back in. You're like, oh, I do not want to be close range fighting with a Reaper Hog composition.
Definitely.
Agave Coven just couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Aqua Boost, we never really talk about Mercy players having so much impact on games because it's just Mercy, people like to say. But like you were saying, Aqua Boost is that crucial linchpin to this composition. They're able to play a lot more aggressively than normally, and because they have the fallback of the res, and we're seeing it played perfectly from RPI so far.
Yeah, and this is definitely something they want to run with. I think Aqua Boost has done on Mercy practically the entire series. It's definitely, RPI know what they want to do. The ball is coming out from Spitfire, trying to knock some people down. It's not quite working out for them. That's a big ante.
Yeah, a big ante, and Fuji getting that final blow onto Spitfire, but it's res right up from Aqua Boost. It's still, they can't deny this res, even with the Torbjorn in the fray. It's still looking good for RPA. They've got everyone, and they're still trying to attack here. They've got the D-Mac. They've got the D-Mac onto Simon, and that's going to be the go sign. They've got the pile driver into the back. They've got picks already in their favor. It's trying to be turned back for Agave Coven. They've got 2, and they might be able to stave off because they got the res onto Toucan. Now, but still, they've got these 2 massive DPS players for RPI in this fray. But there goes Declan down, and that should be the team fight done.
Yeah, but that's scary for Agave Coven. They managed to hold on, but I'm looking at 2 ultimates building up on RPI. It's the Blade, and finally we're going to see the Nano Boost. We're finally going to see RJ unleashed. And let me remind you, Joker, if RPI get this 1 point, the best Agave Coven can do can draw. And at worst, they're losing the series.
Yeah, thankfully there is a loser's bracket, so they don't have to worry about being completely out of the tournament yet. But there goes the Nano Boost. Here it comes. If we can get something done. There he goes. There's 1. The Molten Core is on the point, but he gets 2 right before that can be really finished off. Looking good. They got the res onto Toucan, and the self-destruct copy is on point. Nothing doing, however, but it's still going in favor of RPI. They got Declan. Declan gets the Mercy out of this fight, and RJ with the Genji still getting work done. But then they still get picks. The side of RPI need to keep getting picks, but no. Grim's still alive and getting picks for the side of Agave Coven. The rest is there yet again. The self-destruct coming, trying to get something done, but RJ is still alive getting picks, and they should be able to get this point unlocked.
It's a long fight, it's scrappy, but it's a long walk back for Agave Coven, and it looks like it is going to be RPI capturing right here, right now. There's an attempt. Fuji gets one, but yeah, that's about what you can. One is more than you can expect from that one, quite honestly.
And Toucan's really up here, far up here. They're
staggering him. Oh my gosh, they are staggering him. 2CP, I don't know if he'll spawn back quickly. He won't.
Doesn't look. This is
They're
massive.
They have a Nano Blade. They have all the ults they need here. That is insane.
There goes the Nano Blade into the back line, trying to get something done. The minefield is there as well, but RJ gets one as a remech kill as well coming in from RPI. This is the beginning of the end for Agave Coven here. They've got the Amp Matrix out, but it's not going to be enough as they've got to copy Orisa on point, and RPI just forces everyone off, and they win the series 3-1.
I am in absolute awe right now, Joker's Ransom. Blizzard made the change so that won't happen. They're like, if you die after point A, you will spawn back instantly. So snowballs don't happen on 2CP. RPI, they use a defense matrix. They have the presence of mind to not kill the Baptiste until that time is over. Toucan had pushed up too far. He was like, you know, whatever. If we lose, I'm going to spawn back incredibly quickly. RPI didn't give him the option. That was absolutely fantastic. And they won point 2, they won point B off of that decision. Yeah, that was absolutely massive. That was incredible to me.
Yeah, that was such big brain coming in from RPI. Like you said, they just held off. They staggered him a little bit longer than most people would have.
Brilliant.
But it won them that fight. Like you said, they didn't have Immortality Field to deal with the Genji Blade, all the ultimates that RPI had built up, and then they snowballed it. And it shows that won them the map.
Yeah, we started this series, Joker, by saying we do not know anything about RPI Overwatch 1. We know a little bit about them now. They play wacky, they play aggressive, and they play pretty freaking well, if you ask me. Just some fantastic decisions coming out from RPI, and I think this team could be a little bit of an underdog because, like, who practices against stuff like that? Like, yeah, that's insane.
I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see if they make it to playoffs with those heavy hitters. It's going to be real if they can actually get anything done, though. Because if they're pigeonholed into just this Pharah, Genji's type of thing, these top-tier contenders teams that are in this playoffs that are awaiting them, whoever makes it out of this group stage, it's going to be really scary for these squads who have to play against them. But
absolutely, we saw that on Hollywood, how easily Agave Coven were able to hold them off. But it is, at the end of the day, RPI are the ones taking it home. Agave Coven, like you mentioned earlier, they're not out. I believe they're going down to the loser bracket where they will face off against OU Crimson, who previously lost today to the Texas team, the Comets.
Yeah. So we've got a little bit of a break before game 2 of the night, or so don't go anywhere. We'll be right after this short little intermission.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Gotta get that little drum roll here because this is going to be a very intense match, I do have to say, because we are still here with the Will English Invitational 3. Because we've had more before, but this is nothing like you've seen already, because we're rocking here within the NA division, and we have two kind of incredible teams right now rocking within the winter semifinals, having a chance to bring themselves kind of higher up, or walking down, having to go struggling to move forward and continue going through the grips of the talent that want to be able to kind of win that victory, especially with no kind of tournaments going on at the moment. That's more specifically going to be GeForce Gaming versus RPI Overwatch, or 011. And I will be your play-by-play caster here tonight, user Intel or username _Intel, because I like to be annoying with the underscore here, joined by Kongman21, the Mr. Monkey, the Mr. Cosplayer, the Mr. wanting to spend over $5,000 on one simple object. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right, and I have to agree with the underscore in your Twitter handle, because unfortunately for mine, Kongman21 was already taken by some guy who hasn't been active since 2011, and so I got stuck with an underscore. But moving on to the actual matches here, I feel like this is going to be a really close match.
Oh, I definitely agree. And that's more of just because we've been kind of being able to see how every team works, and definitely they've been rocking with something different. And when it comes to this, we're looking at these teams who have kind of something new. In RPI, they've been looking pretty clean as of late, especially how we've been seeing them roll on. They have kind of done pretty well, I think. But when it comes, they're rocking in against GeForce, who are kind of unknown, who are looking a bit different. And when we move on to Oasis, I feel like GeForce, they're going up against RPI, who have had this kind of experience. They've gone back to back to back. How do you feel this going out, especially with the types of comps that are possible here?
Oh, I definitely got to say, this is going to be a really interesting matchup, especially with different compositions. Because the nice thing, like, we're starting on the city center of Oasis, which is just all in all a very flexible map option for any different kind of composition.
Ooh, look at this. Both of these teams, well, more likely, they are playing, I like to say, fundamentally the same in an idea, but they very much are different. We see GeForce rocking out. They have lost on the Sombra, and that's going to be something I think, that's something you want to remember. It's like playing a video game, and it's kind of a key detail. While we see RPI, they run out on the far Mercy with the Wrecking Ball. How do you see this walking out? Because this could be very dangerous.
I definitely see it's going to be pretty interesting. I mean, I do see we're floating Symmetra, but it's probably just going to be a quick TP swap. Yep, there it is. But I mean, we have the Pharah Tracer on the side of RPI, and then we have Tracer Sombra. So the Tracers are going to be interesting, but I'm really going to enjoy seeing the Sombra just make Spitfire not be able to play the game.
Oh, it's already kind of annoying because ARJ gets that initial Discord and kind of has to poke around. So that's where you see them getting the Vengeance, managing to take out Orch, and the rest of their team on the GeForce are going to be struggling to find any room. Without that Discord, they don't have kind of that burst damage to be able to shut down the Pharah, and the rest of their team are way too split. We see Jay having amazing spacing, while D-Clan, they've been working together all day, just performing amazingly. This is going to give them that point capture. Even if they lose that mag, they still have full control. This burst damage is absolutely oppressive.
Yeah, and it seemed like GeForce Gaming kind of forgot that the objective existed, because RPI just kind of got a free take, and now they're just defending this point, and they're already up 15%.
Look at this. They're able to find out Bigfoot and Spitfire is going to be melted down. This is where GeForce can now kind of overstay their welcome, maybe find something. They do lose their Zenyatta and Tracer, which is going to be kind of a big issue. They need that 6 if they want to kind of overstay their welcome and find something out with their team being entirely split. Even Strider, who is struggling to stay alive, has to get the Mega Health back. They have the EMP for the next fight, but still, I feel like RPI, they're having good setups.
Yeah, and definitely like looking at like just GeForce Gaming's roster. Man, sorry for my stutter there, but they have like a lot of big names on it right now, but currently it just seems like they're just not synchronized.
I definitely have to agree to that sentiment because, look, they lost during the later of that fight, and then Strider, I don't know what plan you're going with to where you're not saying, hey, let's retreat, let's kind of work together and not stagger, because you're relying on the EMP to win this, and we already see the Nano plus Barrage pop out. I don't see where it went, but it was definitely looking for Blues to lose. They do manage to find out Orchard kind of in the Havoc, and the EMP comes out, managing to find out 5. Absolutely beautiful, not only taking up the Wrecking Ball, but they slowly melt down the people who don't have the mobility to be able to escape. Now this is where RPI wants to be able to use that Falcon. They can stall this. They managed to get the hack onto Spitfire, and they, we see Strider being able to use the mine, trying to stop them. They want to be able to capture this out, but the rally's going to be able to kind of sustain them throughout this. The big issue is that RPI, they're being able to kind of stall this out longer than we truly expect, losing the Pharah and Wrecking Ball. This is now where GeForce can finally breathe. This is at an 88% territory.
Yeah, it was definitely very interesting considering the fact that that fight started off with the red team losing just 3 members right at the start, but they were able to actually defend that for quite a while.
And I've got to give some bit of impressive because it was a quick adaptation. RPI definitely could have brought that back, but now the issue is keeping that up. You have to be more worried to see how they kind of continue to kind of keep it alive, especially when Deacon already getting hit with damage. Their Ana gets burst down, and that's going to be a beautiful pick, but they've lost their break. They managed to get their reds. That big resource already gone down, and they're going to be struggling to kind of move in here. I think they might want to use this bomb as a quick engagement, but with Spitfire gone, I'm wondering how they really want to take this fight.
Yeah, and as we see, the bomb is already coming out with an EMP, and Lost goes down to the bomb. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, the Transcendence comes out. Seems GeForce, they're going to be getting the better half of the ult fest as we see them. The Transcendence did an amazing job of just keeping them up to where Deacon can't get any value from trying to one-click Fizzle. And now they get a moment to breathe. They have a pulse bomb, and they get a reset on their ult economy. On the other side, RPI have a lot to set up here.
Yeah, RPI definitely, with that nano boost on deck, and with the GeForce only having the Tracer Pulse Bomb, it's going to be really interesting to see what exactly the teams are going to do here.
I feel more how we're going to see them take this quick dive. The Mercy flies into the pulse bomb. That is going to be hurting because now they don't really get to move in. We see Spitfire use the mines, trying to make something happen, try to save it back, really only find out the break. It still is kind of an even fight, but the Zenyatta's finally going to be able to win out in the air duel. Although Deacon getting out this nano is absolutely deadly. They try to DM Orchard, but it's just not enough. You're doing so much damage that you're basically already half up to the pulse bomb. You're able to use that bomb, drop down, be able to go back onto the high ground. You're going to be able to come back to the fight, but it just seems Deacon's going to be the better Tracer when it comes to this duel. However, it's still going to be extremely messy. Strider now has the setup. It's going to be stopping anyone from kind of walking into their side, and it very much is GeForce's own favor. Even if they're kind of giving up a couple ticks, they're giving that respect, but it looks like they really just want to give it up. Even if they eat that pulse bomb, the barrage is basically going to solidify them being able to control the point, but this is one fight territory.
Yeah, and as we're approaching that 99%, literally whoever wins this fight is basically going to be walking away with the first point of Oasis.
I've got to say, this is a bit of monkey brain moment. We already see GeForce bring it back with their ultimates. This visor is absolutely crucial. It causes this LOS. It causes the quick pickup on anyone who's dangerously low. 99 to 99. The nano boost goes on to Bigfoot just to be able to stall. They don't have any room or kind of ability to be able to win this. And somehow, I think GeForce really just wanted a moment to regroup, reset, rebrain. They managed to kind of calm down, take it up, and what looked to be almost a questionable decision worked out in their favor as they managed to win the first point of Oasis.
Yeah, I definitely want to say I may have had that little, what they call it, the caster's curse, where I said that GeForce Gaming looked like they were very unorganized, and this was very cited into RPI, but it looks like GeForce just immediately turned it around right after I said that, so, maybe caster's curse is a thing.
Oh, it is very much a thing, and that's something you got to be worrying about, and I definitely agree. I feel RPI at times were maybe just a little too aggressive or not as respectful towards GeForce. Orchard has been doing very well on the Zenyatta, although they do get caught out in position sometimes. They're being able to play against it. So now we see the Wrecking Ball. It's going to be going against this Orisa. That's difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing the Orisa Hog here on the library section of this map, because I mean, I know that little pit in the middle isn't quite as good as the Ilios Well pit, but it's still a good way to put someone out of the fight for a while.
Yep, now we already see them moving out. A big slam, gonna be doing a majority of the damage. Spitfire being on the Roadhog is a major threat. You see them just trying to be able to move them around, try and play. We see RPI taking a consistent amount of damage, and they are gonna be able to find the Tracer and Zen. Although losing this Orisa is gonna be a big factor. The res, though, puts this back to where they can feel more comfortable. Even the Reaper trying to go onto the high ground is just looking to kind of get a grasp of what's going on. Spitfire is also dangerously low, so you don't really want to be able to see them move forward. Although RPI, they're perfectly fine staying on this point.
Yeah, I definitely thought it was going to be difficult for RPI to take the point at first, just because they're kind of lacking in the mobility department compared to GeForce, but they just showed, nope, we just take this ground and this is ours.
Yep, the Dragon's being used on the high ground to split them from being able to really touch down on the point. We see this nice focus fire, and look at that amazing visor built so quickly. They're able to take out the Orisa and push forward, overstaying their welcome and being able to get this back cat. Now anyone inside of RPI, they use this nano onto the Reaper, just being able to kind of one-shot when it comes to the Zenyatta, and they do a consistent amount of damage to take them out. He wasn't able to escape, but they're barely kind of sustaining themselves throughout the mist of things. Look, as Deacon's able to find out the Tracer, the Hog is able to use Whole Hog. I mean, you get stunned out of it, but you're basically walking back. You're more of a 6 than GeForce are right now, as they're recontesting back into this fight, and they're struggling to kind of build up these ultimates last second. While we're being able to see soon, they're going to be having the nano boost. They're having to reach where they get up to 30%, and his tick is barely kind of at the edge. They could lose it at any second if they get off the point. Yet Lost is saying this is not over just yet. Able to find out Bigfoot. They managed to get some good sustain, and even Spitfire is going to be punished for trying to get this hook. This fight's now finally over, as we see GeForce build up new ultimates and have new plans.
Yeah, I definitely find it really interesting that Lost started that fight with the tactical visor, and here we are at the very end of the fight, and he already has another one. This man is insane on the soldier.
I definitely have to agree. The consistency of building these ultimates is really what's making them a favor. But the fact that Angelic is doing an amazing job of keeping Orchard alive more often than not is what's protecting them throughout these mist of fights. This is why you see them also go onto the Diva Hog, rather having more sustain, eating up damage. They use the Valve as kind of an investment to move in. But look, you're just getting CC'd now. They're not even playing games. The rally is just there to make sure that nobody even takes a single piece of damage.
Yeah, it's very interesting how GeForce only committed 2 ults, and they still have 3, and with D.Va almost online, they're still winning the ultimate department over RPI. I don't want to give the caster skirts, but I think GeForce is going to win this map 2-0.
Honestly, I think GeForce really needed that first map to kind of get some momentum moving, get something figured out, because now they're ready. The mines are even placed on the point. Can you even touch? You throw out the dragons. I mean, that's going to help you do a considerable amount of damage. You almost take out that break, but the Transcendence is going to be enabling them to be fine. And now the Visor, that's basically your security. You have put down your deposit and you feel perfectly fine. RPI may be slowing down as their matches continue on, because GeForce, they managed to finish out when it comes to Oasis.
Yeah, GeForce definitely winning that with a nice 2-0 start. It's probably making RPI worried, since they just won their last match 3-1 on stream, and now here they are just getting rolled by GeForce. This has got to be a weird, like, turning ground for them.
Yeah, and honestly, I want you to kind of explain to me a little bit more of what was happening. RPI, I always thought fundamentally that the kind of Orisa Hog composition, when you're playing so bunkered, it is amazing against that Wrecking Ball. They have to put all their resources going into you, and you're just able to kind of sit there, build up ult charge from the Wrecking Ball, and anytime they try to move in, you get stunned, you get killed. So what's really happening on the side of RPI to where they're struggling to kind of secure these team fights?
I definitely feel like the biggest thing that we saw was that RPI isn't focusing targets, because normally, like, if a ball rolls into you and your whole team looks at the ball just doesn't survive, even if he gets that 6-man shield pop, because there's just so much damage coming in. The problem is you have like half of RPI looking this way, half of RPI looking the other way, and there's just no real focus fire coming out from RPI, so GeForce can just capitalize on this just so much.
Hey! Look at this though. It's gonna be Blizzard World, and I feel this is where RPI maybe can get back in touch with what they want to be able to do, at least when it comes to GeForce. They're definitely sticking on to the name branding. I think that's why we may see them rock a lot more Wrecking Ball, and they definitely look good on it. But when it comes down to Blizzard World, I think this is mostly a map of rotations and kind of counterplay rather than engagement.
Yeah, definitely Blizzard World is a lot of fun just to play on, and even Lost Map is so aesthetically pleasing, but it's going to be really interesting to see what these compositions are going to be walking out on.
Hey, I'm more impressed to be able to see GeForce kind of bringing out this massive amount of energy. And I mean, they do have some very talented players, and especially some talented backups, and honestly, going up against RPI, which have been consistently been able to play, it's pretty interesting. They seem to want to play this, would you say brawl? I would say brawl, without a Lucio or kind of main heal. How does this work?
Well, it's okay, we kind of have to like go back to the days of GOATs as if you didn't have a Lucio, because basically they just have so much sustain, they're just running into you, and without the Lucio, they're not overcommitting with the speed boost, which that was a big problem sometimes, is you would overcommit by running in, and then you don't have the speed boost to get out, but if you're the same speed, you can all just leave at the same time.
My goodness, my plant player mind. Strider charges off the map to kill. I think that was solely just to be able to switch over to the Wrecking Ball, because you really can't play Reinhardt in this competition. Look, my plan was ideal. Strider is being able to save, but in the unfortunate faction is that you've lost your Zenyatta throughout that. Now you're at a 5v6, the Wrecking Ball comes back. You're trying to be able to take out Spitfire. Now you even things up, but Jay is being able to play in the air uncontested. Now they have control over the point where it's one big CC where they want to be able to take out this Pharah on the side of RPI. But look at this, GeForce, they can't even keep their Zarya up. Aqua Boost is eventually going to be found, and that's basically their major win condition. That's how you win these fights out. And look at that, Ultimate being able to get some good montage clips in.
Yeah, definitely want to point out on that kill feed, the 5 fist icons. There were 5 melee kills just in that one fight alone. That is really entertaining to watch. You're not watching Overwatch, you're watching a boxing match right now.
It's incredibly rude, the momentum that GeForce is building up. We already see them taking this very early fight. They just seem to want to be able to get some poke. I think more likely Strider wants to build up this mind, because Jay having the barrage isn't going to be an issue. It's rather you need to be having more value than your counter wrecking.
Yeah, and definitely as we're just watching Strider just kind of roll around on this one rock, because he knows he can just dodge that Ana nade, and there's the slam, and Ana's dead, and that's about it really for RPI.
I feel like it's more rude the fact that Lost invested the visor and it's kind of everyone trying to push on the point, but then you see everyone on RPI just really frustrated because Strider, he's rolling around, and even then they get a massive stagger onto Spitfire.
Yeah, they got the massive stagger on Spitfire, and I don't know if you noticed, but I believe Delkin is still in the backline somewhere, and they just kind of gave up and were like, yeah, you can exist back there, you're not with your team.
Oh my goodness, I really didn't see that. So now this is where RPI, they have some ultimates, they have some investments. This is where they finally are getting their bread and butter, especially with that pick onto Strider where there's no mines as a threat, and that bomb moving in, you have so much to work with. You get that pressure onto Annie, but you're not gonna be able to shut them down because of the nano. This is now where you want to go for the support lines, but Lost is gonna find you out. Remember, this is no movie. They are not alone. We are gonna be seeing Strider return to the fight, and Lost being able to take them out in the backline. They're not protecting their squishies, and they're immediately being melted. RPI even having to switch up. That was a lot of ultimates, an investment of planning, and it does not pay out.
Yeah, I definitely want to say how you pointed out that Lost uses Tactical Visor at the end of the fight. He's already back to 83% just from that one fight. Like, Lost doesn't care about his visor. He'll just get it back automatically. And look at this movement from Strider. My goodness.
I've got to say, you got the moves like Jagger. You are taking so much damage. And how are you not dying? And my elo, this would be called toxic, okay? Because how?
I'm just more impressed about him landing every single wall jump. Like, I know a lot of these high wall jumps are hard to do because... my goodness.
No,
I'm at a loss for words.
How does Ultimate die there? Look at this. Now they're going to pop in with the mines. They are going to kind of use the bubbles and rally just to be able to sustain it for a bit longer and use this visor to kind of go against it. But the Wrecking Ball can't 1v1 this. The rest of the team needs your help. They're struggling to stay alive. You've now lost your mech. Spitfire is also incredibly low from that initial poke fight. You're now down to under a minute. Graviton Surge is building up. The Nano Boost is building up. And you're still having to go up against this Break who's been playing absolutely incredible. Now with a minute under, well, 10 seconds more like it under the clock, what do you really have to do to kind of bring this out, especially using that Valk so late? Well, early.
Yeah. I mean, as this point is winding down, it doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to touch. I mean, RPI, you're kind of lacking right now. What's going on?
My goodness. Maybe it's just, I want to give some benefit to RPI. I feel like they have a good idea. They have some kind of center plays, but GeForce, they're rocking like a G6. You know, I had to come up with the reference real quick, but I don't know, because what exactly RPI are doing wrong? Is it just that Angelic is doing an amazing job being able to defend them? Because yes, I feel on the side of GeForce, they have a lot more players who have knowledge, who have sustainability. Their coaching staff understand the way that they want to play. And I think RPI, they have the momentum to build up. But what's happening?
I definitely want to say, like, Lost is just able to farm his tactical visor so quickly. He has it every single fight, which RPI is just not used to, I believe. And like you said, Angelic is just out healing, Strider is harassing the whole time, and RPI is just not focusing out a single target. Because, like, you even saw whenever, I believe it was Bigfoot, just on the Wrecking Ball roll all the way over to the tactical visor soldier, but he wasn't there to help his team on the point.
Yeah. And, you know, at this level of play, it matters so much being able to pay attention to focus fire, because now you didn't get a tick. This is one tick type of scenario, and I really want to be seeing more coming out of the DPS lineup of D-Clan and RJ. The Pharah wasn't working, and they stuck onto it for so long. I think the Tracer was fine, but you're not being able to follow up on each other, which is kind of why you run that idea.
Yeah, and as these spawn doors open, we can kind of see in the distance that Symmetra TP didn't quite go as well as they planned it to, but Strider's already making his way to the point, just rolling away, just out of the danger.
Hey, I respect it. You give Archer a bit of ult charge on the nano boost, and we see RPI, they don't really want to rock a main tank, they're rocking with something else. They are going to be able to take out Archer very early while the Wrecking Ball is trying to find anyone on top of the high ground. It seems that the Zenyatta is going to be the first one kind of suffering, although Spitfire going out to the flank, not going to be able to hit that hook is going to cost them because they don't get that early pick. This is where GeForce feel that confidence to overstay their welcome. They manage to get the D-Mag, and the Soldier 76 is basically being able to roam free. Look how much burst damage and poke angles that they're just being able to take to where eventually RPI are going to feel squished, they're going to feel pressured out, and they're not even able to have a single fight where they get more than 2 picks, because GeForce immediately ended out. This is the fastest I've ever seen Blizzard World be played.
Yeah, GeForce is just absolutely coming in here taking names, and we're going to see the play of the game with Strider on Wrecking Ball. I honestly thought it was going to go to Lost, but it's going to be cool just seeing this point of view as the ball just swinging around, kills the Mercy mid-air. My goodness. This man is insane. Look at him just roll, gets the health pack, smacks the Honest, smacks him again. My goodness.
I feel like
the disgrace.
I feel like Jane Jonah Jameson, because I need pics of that player right now. Get him on my desk right this moment. And honestly, I've got to say this. All right, you're Kong Man. I'm wearing a nice shirt with the bananas on it, but GeForce are the ones going ape. I think, though, we do have a nice moment where we get to slow down a second and we really get to kind of take in what's happening, because I want to keep reiterating this. RPI have been playing all day, and I think a lot of players, and especially contenders level, you're not playing at kind of in a all-day type of spin consistently round after round after round after round in this type of sense. I think you're consistently playing, but you get a lot more break moments. You get a lot of time to breathe in. But look at this. They don't even get a moment to kind of think after map 2. They just immediately go into Junkertown.
Yeah, I definitely think RPI is just trying to find their footing, and they want to find it as fast as possible and not even take a break, because I feel like if they take a break, they're just going to lose any footing that they already have, which, although it's very small, like pixel perfect small, like pixel on the ledge, but they need to figure out something.
I definitely agree. I feel the big issue about this is more of, not that they're slowing down, RPI are having an incredible issue playing against GeForce. Also, I think when going out into this map, I think you really just want to stop GeForce being able to play the game. If you can stop Strider from being able to roll into you, Lost from being able to get value, Ult from being able to poke you out, you're gonna win, because they're not gonna be able to do anything.
Yeah, basically you need to shut down the entire team at GeForce if you want to do anything. I mean, that's just how you play Overwatch in general, but like you said, Strider's just rolling into your back line, Lost is getting a visor every fight, Ult is just poking you, and then Angelic's just overhealing everyone.
Yeah, look at this. They are running out RPI onto the bashing comp, and it's incredibly powerful. Look how much damage they pull out onto Strider without needing to kind of wall off. But look how much poke that, and how early the immortality had to be used. Now RBI, they're going to have to struggle to kind of move in. I do think you are going to have the benefit of the doubt, especially because they have to walk into you, but you just lost your Baptiste. Now I've got to ask you how. How is Lost getting this much value?
I don't want to make a bad pun here, but I'm afraid I have to. I'm lost at how much value this man is getting.
You don't deserve to be on this broadcast at the moment. But either way, I'm absolutely dumbfounded. It is less than a minute starting into the map. Lost has built up a visor. They do lose Strider, but Strider's going to come back immediately, especially because they're already kind of getting the poke phase. Deacon's going to take a second respawn. They're not kind of wanting to run out onto the Bastion. They do have the Valve. That's a bright side. But the Sigma, look how much damage gets hit. Gravitic Flux wanting to be the security factor, combined with the visor, make sure they don't really even need Strider to feel safe. They just win it out with ultimates.
Yeah, like Lost just popped a visor. I mean, the visor just ended, but we already know he's gonna have one by the end of the fight. I mean, I don't want to keep making more puns about this team, but like I said, I'm lost at how quickly he's building this. The angelic gameplay of this Brigida just overhealing people is just insane.
Look at this. And honestly, more of a thing is something I didn't point out. These are college teams. I don't know what type of college dorm you're sitting into, what type of internet you have to be running at this momentum. Because look, Lost immediately takes out Spitfire before Aqua can even use the Valve. So even if they wanted to use this to kind of res, they don't have the moment to. They've now lost their mech. They've lost Dave and D-Clan. Well, you're just being punched in the face by every CC and ability in the game. Look, as we see Ult just being able to kind of overstay the welcome, hit the AD trade, and mess them around. Bigfoot's not even going to be able to kind of reset, go back into the Met. Everyone on their team, RBI, are struggling to stay alive.
Yeah, and Ulti just immediately found Aqua Boost on the Mercy and just deleted him out of the game entirely. Ulti doesn't even let Spitfire jump off the map.
My goodness. It's an incredibly dominant performance coming out of G4. I want to be seeing the tank line being able to peel in for more. That's what I feel is lacking the most. Maybe a bit of just the entirety of the team in a smaller sense, but I want to be able to see Spitfire and Bigfoot getting more value in the roles that they're playing. Because look, Strider, how do you get the boot kill onto Spitfire, and now they enable the Gravitic Flux plus Visor? Their Ascendance is built up, but that big ultimate is not helping you win this fight. It's helping you sustain throughout the fight, and you're able to use the High Noon to kind of lower things out. But the Pulse Bomb, they find out your Zenyatta, and this payload hasn't left the choke. You can consider this a spawn camp. Although with finding out ult, they do lose kind of the trace of being able to poke him out. This is not what you're happy for. Just make sure that Wrecking Ball does not do anything. Strider does not live.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but has Strider died at all this entire match?
I don't really think... I believe Strider has died, but Strider has been playing devil's advocate. And look at this! The Zenyatta Orch is able to kind of use his Transcendence to be able to save himself after walking into the team, hitting some heads, and now we're walking into under 20 seconds. RPI are collapsing under the pressure, not even being able to have a sense of an identity anymore.
Yeah, and Lost with only 15% to go to that Visor. He's going to have one in this last fight, and with only the 2 tank ults on the side of RPI, I think this is going to be kind of one-sided.
Oh, it even hurts worse when you lose that Dave very early on, and your Widowmaker can't even push. The Mines are going to be stopping them from really consistently trying to be able to touch while Spitfire using that whole hog, maybe trying to get much, but it's just a sweep, and I gotta say, it's incredibly disappointing to be seeing RPI losing the steam this late into the series because they've been looking so good consistently out. But G-Force, oh my goodness, I'm getting a high contact.
Initiating.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with that, because like watching RPI win 3-1 last game and now they're about to go 0-3 in this match, it's got to be kind of disappointing on the side of RPI, but G-Force already with a 2-0 record, they have to be feeling pretty good about themselves getting ready to set up for a 3-0.
You've got to be feeling amazing about yourself. Like, you know, you're going to be taking a bubble bath with a bath bomb tonight. And I mean, they do have very veteran-type players, at least what I like to say. And Strider has been walking out. I know Strider told us beforehand that they practice and they rock every weird rollout. And I'm more impressed to see them pull it off without a hitch. I don't really think they fail to kind of displace themselves at all, so they can run whatever composition they want. I think it's very kind of impossible or illogical that GeForce don't move this to under that bridge, especially with the kind of comp that RPI are running. D-Clan's not going to get much value on the Doomfist.
Yeah, definitely looking at RPI's comp, it is going to be interesting seeing this Doomfist May, because May could just give Doomfist a wall out in the middle of the open, but that's going to take a lot of coordination, and honestly, with the past 2 maps of RPI, I don't see them having that.
Yeah, but this is the moment that we're looking for. We get to see how they want to play. They do get a nice anti onto Strider, and they're rocking Lost on the far without a Mercy, which is weird. I mean, but hey, there's no dedicated hit scan to stop you out. We do see the Doomfish trying their best, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. Look how you get shut down. And while Spitfire is able to get that initial kill onto target, their spawn is immediately right there. So what are they really worrying about? It does bonus as a opportunity to be able to res out D-Clan. You're being able to push forward, put pressure onto the D.Va, but you're not winning out the fight. You're more or less stalling this out.
Yeah, with GeForce, like you said, with their spawn right there, even if they die, they're just immediately back in the fight, and RPI loses one, they're basically out of this match. Because see, Hog's not even back anywhere close to the point.
I'll tell you what, brother, they are going to be struggling to kind of make it out here. Look, as they even get the hammer kill as a disrespectful stature. No ult is built up just yet, but Spitfire isn't even going to have a chance to stay alive. Roadhog is one of the most annoying characters in the game, and yet treated like a child. GeForce, I've got to say, I've never seen anything more dominant in my life. To be able to win out in a 3-0 series in what, 30 minutes?
I don't even think it was 30 minutes, and we're going to be seeing Lost's point of view for this play a game, and I don't even think he needs to press Q. Look at that tracking. Oh my goodness, this man is insane.
Lost just hit in between the barrels. Do you know what type of aim you have to be that consistent? Oh, like, these players, I understand Overwatch League just finished and we're, Overwatch 2 is coming out. You have an opportunity to set yourself a name, but come on, leave some room for the others, all right? You're showing everybody else up.
Yeah, and I mean, like, definitely, like, someone like me, I understand that you're platinum rank and all that, but as someone who was formerly, someone who's formerly 4.1, I can track a little bit with this mouse, but I have games where I just throw my mouse across the room because my tracking's not that great. Lost, though, he's just on point the whole time, like, teach me how to aim like that.
Honestly, it's really impressive and it's really amazing to see. I think that performance is something that you got to remember and you're going to be looking out for. Although, while I would be happy to cast another GeForce game, that's not what we will be looking at. I do believe we do have kind of the losers bracket. We're going to be kind of slowing things down, looking at the teams trying to bring themselves up, because RPI, that was just the winners quarterfinals. They'll be able to come back. But when it comes to the losers kind of round, this is now where kind of a make it or break it type of scenario.
Yeah, I definitely have to live double elimination brackets because, unfortunately, like single elimination, RPI would just be out and that would be very depressing for them. But now that they've lost, they can realize what exactly they messed up on and they can easily come back in the losers bracket and maybe give GeForce a run for their money this time around.
Definitely agree. And I think it kind of RPI, I think that's a moment that you really wanted to lose. As much as like that was a really kind of aggressive loss, I think this is now where you can feel fine and say, we've lost, we've got this pressure off of us, we can basically move in and be perfectly fine. But either way, we're not done just yet. And I ask you, I beg you to keep staying in, because that match was something to remember. And honestly, there are plenty more left in the bank as we will be coming back in a short bit, in a while, whenever we decide to continue on the Will English Invitational.
That's right, and whenever we
Good evening, everyone. Glad to have you here. It seems that if we didn't have enough difficulties today, if you've been following the invitational action, we have some teams that conveniently forgot to mention that they were participating in Overwatch Homecoming today. So, needless to say, we're gonna go ahead and fill for a little time. So I hope that you hang with us as we try to bring you some action while we're waiting for one of those teams to get done. So, gentlemen, let's take a look at what we've got sitting in the bracket right now. The next matches that we have coming up are between OU Crimson and Death Computer, and Cracked Cats versus UTD Comets. Now, based on what we've been seeing from their participation today, where are you kind of hedging your bets right now?
Ooh. Honestly, I think off the top of my head, it is a more kind of idea thinking. A lot of these teams, I don't think they shined as bright as they could have at some points. I can't name any specifics, but I think more likely, I'm more interested to see how these teams come back because I think at least for today, they got a moment to show off like, hey, we can win. How do they bring it back? I think they all performed like kind of decently or whatever, but maybe after the performance I just saw, everyone looks mediocre.
Yeah. How about you, Kong Man? What are your thoughts on those getting ready to face off in the lower bracket?
I mean, I've been in that lower bracket situation before, and it is kind of disheartening because now you're basically in the if you lose, you're out kind of scenario. But it's definitely going to be one of those like you always want to have that underdog story. You always want to be that team that comes back from like the first round of losers bracket and wins it all. I mean, like you remember whenever the Goats format just started, the team Goats lost their first round of Open Division, and then they brought it back and they created a whole new meta. So I mean, maybe we'll see one of these teams pull a Goats and create a brand new meta. I mean, we're not going to see Goats again. Thank the Lord, but I mean, it's still anyone.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. And to be honest, looking at all four of these teams right now, I couldn't really tell you which one would come on top because I'm really looking a little further down the line. I'm looking at RPI and I'm looking at Best Buds. Best Buds have come into this tournament because they're looking for revenge. You know, we've talked a little bit about the storyline behind Best Buds, and the most recent OD, you know, was facing off against teams like Cryx and Drifters, and just pretty much like the best of the best. And then, of course, ISU having to climb their way up for whatever reason was a totally different issue altogether. So this is the redemption arc for Best Buds, right? This is the chance for them to actually make a name for themselves against those kind of players. But then you gotta look on the other side where you've got RPI, and we didn't really know much about them. We initially thought that it was just RIP misspelled, but then ended up finding out it was a college in New York. So I'm just saying, we see all sorts of names here at the Invitational. I wouldn't put it past me to have two letters swip. I'm just saying. But nevertheless, it's been interesting watching them play because collegiate teams have such a range at what they are capable of, the level that they play at. And it looks like RPI, based on what we've seen so far today, have come to play. Now, the big question for that matter, let's take a look at, or we won't be able to take a look, but we'll take a look for ourselves. You can join us in taking a look if you go look at the bracket yourselves, is that GeForce Gaming and Gaia GG are sitting in that winner's bracket. They're already locked in for the playoffs. Like, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think that, you know, the Best Buds Gaia situation was just kind of a fluke? You know, we just recently saw Gaia in the All-Star Brawl, and you know, ended up coming out in second place, if I remember correctly, to Andy's Daycare.
Yeah, it was second place.
And so I mean, do we think that it's just a fluke that Best Buds, decided they wanted to take the lower bracket run, have a little fun today, or do we think that Gaia really is kind of that top dog on that side of the bracket?
As I rub my chinny chin, I've got to say, I think Best Buds, they probably ended up taking that loss, but I think they're more happy that they now have it, because not only did they kind of build up to a slow stake victory where they can kind of feel confident in whatever they want to do and whatever they want to try, because now it's winner takes all. If they lose, they're out, and that pressure will help them be more focused, and now we'll have to pay more attention to them. I think that this is kind of what they are now kind of unintentionally wanting, and seeing them move forward. This is where we get to see their true talent come out and really get to see like what they missed out on in different places.
Okay. Now, how about you,
definitely
man? Let's look at the let's look at the top half of that. So you think that that G-Force, for those of you boomers out there that remember the old hamster flick from like the early 2000s, do you think a bunch of hamsters have what it takes to keep fending off those on their side of the bracket as they look to face off against those contenders teams?
Well, I mean, I definitely have to say we saw Strider as the hamster himself. Like honestly, like if we look at like the top 500 leaderboard for tanks, he's number 3 right now. That is insane right now, just for a hamster.
Okay.
And considering the fact he's just dominated right now, especially with Lost, Angelic, and Ulti, like their team is just unstoppable right now. We saw how quick that 3-0 was against RPI, our rip, if we want to call them that, because that's a big rip for them.
Yeah, it kind of was.
Like user knows how much I love telling bad puns and all that, but I mean, it is what it is, man.
Same, hallelujah. Yeah, it's interesting to see the way that they play, kind of like that chaotic style that we saw from there was an Eastern Owl team that was very into kind of like this chaotic ball composition, and I don't know why the name.
Chengdu Hunters.
Yeah, Chengdu Hunters. And so I feel like we're seeing a little bit of adaptation to that here in kind of the North American area, and knowing that these contenders teams have probably looked at compositions like these, how to best counter them, how to best take care of them. It's going to be interesting to see if they continue to utilize said composition, because let's be honest, near the end of Blizzard World, there was a lot of memeing going on by Strider, like getting away 4 times.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
What? Like my mind was blown right there. But I guess if you are the top 3 hamster in NA, that's probably expected at this point. So thankfully we have filled for all the time that we need to, folks. We're gonna go ahead and send it back to a quick break. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be back with more of the Overwatch Invitational 3 in just a few moments.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here, and we are proud continuing the Invitational, at least when it comes for the Will English Invitational 3. We had a bit of technical difficulties. We've had a bit of issues, miscommunications, things that work for an Overwatch tournament, and honestly, we're coming in a bit late when it comes to this next match, or the present match that you're seeing, because at the top left, as you're probably seeing, if I'm pointing it to it correctly, you're probably sitting to yourselves thinking, who is that team? What's going on? Well, that is UTD Comets versus Cracked Cats with 2Ks like Mortal Kombat, and they actually played a map, so we're just gonna run into them, get you guys some good content out, and it seems that the Comets were able to win out on Nepal, being able to find. We're going on to Blizzard World, and also for introductions, I'm username_Intel. My sidecaster is the beautiful Kong Man.
Thank you. It's very glad to be here. It is unfortunate we weren't able to see the Nepal map, but going to Blizzard World here, it's going to be really interesting. And especially as we start this map off, just, following Probius from the StarCraft universe, it's going to be really interesting, especially as we know, a little bit of knowledge about these teams. I mean, sure, the Comets did win map 1, but I have heard from a little inside source that the Cats are favorable to win Blizzard World. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this map is going to go.
Yeah, we're rocking with some pretty interesting things. Very much little information. So at least when it comes to how we're talking about these teams, I think it's mattering more of how they want to try to set themselves up for the future. More into it. The fact that we are going to be seeing Comets walk out. They're going to be playing this double shield onto Blizzard World. While we see Crack... they're walking out on the Wrecking Ball. And I'm more worried to see them walk out with the Ashe than anything because hit scan nerfs are brutal.
Yeah, and definitely looking at the side of UTD Comics, I do know that I have actually run into Petal a couple times on the competitive ladder, and he is actually pretty good at his own role, and I'm pretty sure that's why they're here where they are now. But it is going to be really interesting to see exactly what Crack Cats is going to be doing.
I'm not gonna lie, that's a little bit of caster bias, at least because you've met them now. But it's more interesting to see how they are gonna be trying to set up. A lot of what Comets are working on is pokes, slowing them down, trying to kind of break what they're holding. While we do see Hush manage to boot them off, force a rotation. Really, how are you gonna follow up on this?
I mean, definitely now that the Orisa is off of the high ground and she's really susceptible to just dying, because if Orisa's not on the high ground and she's on the same ground you are, you can just easily push into her once that shield gets deployed because you can't really move that shield.
Yep, and look at that. What a beautiful meltdown to be able to get Hilton before he could really do much. He forced out that res, which is a high utility ability, and look, your Ashe is almost going down. Snow is struggling, and it's a lot of poke going into the Comets, but they still have these shields and they feel fine, especially with Hush not being able to get the correct kind of rollout, going onto the high ground, but there's no follow-up to be able to help. They do have this pulse bomb onto the Comets, while Cracked are struggling to build up any kind of ultimate. They are more or less taking more damage than anything, and now they're going at this with a major disadvantage. Even the Hulks to be able to allow them to move forward. Comets really just slowing this fight to a standstill and benefiting from it.
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting because the fact we just came from the previous match watching Strider just dominate on the ball, now watching Hushed on the ball with two totally different play styles. Like we saw Strider just super aggro, and now we're seeing Hush playing a little more passively.
I definitely agree. It's going to be kind of just seeing how they work out. Comets really aren't struggling too much. They even decide to go back onto the high ground, and they're being able to kind of force out Hush, who isn't being able to play this game at all. I'm more interested to see how they're going to be trying to move in with this Valkyrie when Comets have this window. Look at it, they're going to be popping it out, and they immediately melt down 2 people, and that is absolutely crucial, especially when it comes to lowering down this time bank.
Yeah, and as we can tell, if we're looking at the ultimate bank, UTD Comics only committing 1 ultimate that fight, and they almost have 5 more ultimates on the side of UTD Comics. And Crack Cat's getting ready to pop 6 ultimates. It's going to be really interesting to see exactly what's going to happen with this giant ult fest.
Yeah, look at this. They are now coming in with this massive poke out. I think what we're looking at is going to be seeing this Gravitic Flux manage to catch the majority of them in the sky, take out the Sigma, and then the mines dropped onto the high ground. But the issue is that they're plainly going to ignore it. Pistol's going to walk inside your backline and basically just one-clip your entire team.
Yeah, Petal is just doing an absolute insane amount of damage right now. Like, I don't unfortunately have a damage number right in front of me, but he is just putting in the work for UTD Comments.
Now look at this, they are already being poked in a very early fight. Now how do you get that mercy kill? That was absolutely crucial. Unfortunately though, you're not going to be able to take out Critical, and just seems Snell is able to give them that big kick, but the Tracer is going to come back fast. How do you see this fight really setting up, especially because this Crack are at a major disadvantage without that Zenyatta?
Well, it doesn't really matter about how quick exactly somebody comes back, because whenever you lose your ball like that, that's just an automatic reset, because ball is crucial to knocking people off the point, but if he just dies, you can't really do much here.
Yep, honestly, they're gonna be having a lot of problems when they want to be able to do anything on this point. Look at this, they use the Gravitic Flux, they want to try to get the people on the high ground, but immediately their Wrecking Ball is gone. They have to use the Valk Transcendence Pulse Bomb at the same time to just let themselves move forward. Luckily though, Comets are going to be kind of cracking under the pressure. They are not getting any value or sustain throughout this. They do have ultimates trying to win this out, but even Pistol's going to be found. Sure, they have the Bongo, but they really don't have any type of a reset. I think they just want to try to hold it in Streets phase rather than try to contest this back.
Yeah, it took Kretz quite a while to claim the World of Warcraft section, but now that we're going into the StarCraft area, it's going to be really interesting to see just exactly if UTD Comments is going to change their composition at all or not.
It seems that they're pretty comfortable in what they want to run, and honestly, I've got to say, it's working very well. If it wasn't for the fact that, you know, that small fight, Cracks do kind of get this early engagement, get those quick pokes, it's going to be forcing everyone from Comets to struggle, and I think this is now where they are working a lot better, because they can take angles, they can take line of sight, and they have the high ground control.
Yeah, and as we're just seeing Hush just kind of poke away on this high ground, he's just farming that ultimate. I mean, he's already back to another giant mines for him, and here comes a Bob, and well, that Bob's just basically going to get deleted here pretty quickly.
Truly the MVP. Hush uses those mines to stop anyone from walking through, but it seems the Dragons are kind of going to be able to melt them down for a slight bit. You see some swaps with the Gravitic Flux of the ultimate you want to be looking at, especially combined with the Valkyrie, you do a lot more damage. Payload can move as far as it wants, but they're not taking a full victory off of it. Cracks are struggling, they managed to find out the Widowmaker with the Zenyatta volleys, and now they have Transcendence. It just seems that Comets are now breaking under this pressure. They're not being able to play as a team anymore, and the entirety of the double shield competition is just falling apart one by one. They managed to win up the Streets phase just by playing forward.
Yeah, UTD Comments for a little bit was there on the double sniper, which was kind of a good idea, but unfortunately, if you're playing double sniper into the composition that Crack Cats is running, you have almost a very low chance of success just because Crack Cats can run at you and just deny everything about double sniper.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot harder to play this Widowmaker moving forward, especially with Derpy just being able to play the game. They use this window, so while the payload moves, nobody else is going to move forward. The Gravitic Flux moves onto the corner, is going to be able to find out the Baptiste. The Immortality just barely going to be able to save, as they kind of have the advantage. But still, Comets don't have their Orisa anymore. They are at a major disadvantage, and they're going up against 2 major big ultimates, the Mind and the Transcendence.
Yeah, and unfortunately I was afraid I was going to be giving Crack Cats a little bit of a caster's curse whenever I said that they're favored to win this map based on an inside source, but I mean, they're pretty good at rolling this map right now. I mean, sure, they're down to a minute 40, and I mean, they just lost their Tracer, but I mean, this is the furthest we've seen Blizzard World Ghost in this tournament.
Yeah, somehow this Widowmaker is getting a lot more value than I ever truly could have expected. And look, they try to dive on, but the Widow's freely able to escape. It's a matter on how they want to try and engage and get value, because even the Hush is going to be immediately melt down. This is where you see Comets feel comfortable in moving forward. They even now have the Brig Rally coming up. I think this is where they stop the Snowball, but even then they lose out Louis. The Bob goes, they're able to take out Critical, so there's no Transcendence. It's working in a midway. These teams are having to trade ults just to be able to take and benefit from losing off one person, and it seems that the Window Rally was just enough to sustain them.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I don't think UTD Comments realize that there's still 1 minute left, so there's still another fight, and Cracked Cats is not complimenting, but is just pursuing onto this, and they're just winning this point just almost instantly now.
Yeah, look at this now. They had to use that Transcendence, but it was so early that you're not going to get as much value as you really want from it, especially with the fact that Juicebox has built up this bomb. You're working on less than a 30-second timing, and that bomb has gone a little bit too far. It's not going to be able to find much or anything. You built up this bomb, so you have to sustain, eat, and take them out. It seems that the Cracked are just being able to slowly take them out, stagger them immensely, and while they are lowering down this time, the Valkyrie is going to ensure the fact that they are pumping in a lot more damage. They are getting in a bunch more healing. If it wasn't for the fact that Juicebox is somehow still alive with their mech on the point, this point would have already been gone. They're the only person truly being an issue in causing them facts. Like, as we see, 5 seconds down onto the timing, they are doing an amazing job of the focus fire, even up building those mines. They get it to overtime, and now they're able to finish it out. It's a little bit disappointing to see Comets kind of break under that pressure, but it's really nice to be able to see Cracked start working and kind of playing at a faster pace.
Yeah, I do have to say it was very interesting on the side of Comments, since they used both support ults with a minute left, which I thought was basically the end of it, but they were still able to stall that out for the rest of the time bank. So now Cracks has no more time left in the time bank, so if UTD Comments can run this back with time, all they need is 1 tick and that's it.
I've got to say, this is looking a bit more concerning. I don't think that UTD Comments are going to look weak. I think they looked a bit confused at times, and they weren't playing their composition to the best of the abilities. I definitely think after you felt like I felt like it wasn't working for a very while, you switch over, maybe to the Sigma, maybe you rock the double off tanks. I definitely think it's viable, but if you're not being able to adapt against it, what do you really do besides from just run the same comp over and over again?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the old saying, you can't throw something at a brick wall and hope it breaks eventually, because, I mean, if you just throw the same thing, it's never going to break. And Cracked Cats realize that, and that's why they're just able to just shut down UTD Comments on their defense.
Yeah, so when you see kind of this double shield versus Diva, Orisa comp, with the Symmetra possibly, how do you feel?
I mean, as much as I want to see them actually walk out of spawn with this Symmetra, I'm sure it's just going to be a quick TP to high ground and then swap over to, I'm gonna predict a Reaper.
Honestly, for me, I see more of the Hanzo. Look at this.
Okay. No. And he's going to be swapping over to...
No, wait.
No, looks like they're changing... Oh, going to be Hanzo!
They decide to make a full swap over to the double shield. They even trade out the Brig for a Zenyatta. This is a high burst composition, and they're rocking to beat the double shield. I think this is one of the most beautiful counters I've ever seen.
Yeah, UTD Dallas actually doing the right thing there to actually just kind of step out of spawn real quick, take a quick peek and go, oh, it's double shield? Yeah, let's just change this comp entirely. We know how to beat this.
They have a plan in their setup. The Torp Turret may be kind of annoying to poke out and play against, especially against the double shield, but this is why you play that Hanzo. You do so much damage, especially with Storm Arrows. It's absolutely annoying. This is where that sticky combination is going to be doing a lot. They aren't able to finish anything out, but they force the immortality to be used. Luckily, though, it does seem that the Cracked Cats aren't going to be able to take out this with the Echo's not going to be able to help out. The Zen's off on a flank, being able to pump in some damage. It's not going to be found out for being on their own, just barely managing to live out. They have the window. It seems that Comets have finally brought it back. They're able to not only get that consistent healing, but a majority of this damage. Cracks just not being able to work together and kind of focus this out. That's really what's awesome. I definitely thought that was in their favor.
Yeah, it really seemed like Cracked Cats had the pendulum swinging into their favor, but UTD just immediately grabbed it and said, no, this is our point, get off of our point, we'll show you how to take this point really fast.
Yeah, and moving in, they're going to be having a really massive time bank. They need to capture all 3 points if they want to have any type of chance to be able to win. Because if they do, then all they really have to get is a single tick to be able to beat this out. While Cracks are going to be struggling. The Torbjorn is only halfway up to that Molten Core. I think you need to be building that up much faster to kind of make the Torb more viable.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a big fan of Torbjorn. I mean, I'm a big Symmetra player, but I always love seeing a Torbjorn because, you know, we've just never really been meta. It's just always been that, we've always been those 2 characters that just kind of exist in the Overwatch world. And honestly, like, just seeing Torb is making me happy, but yeah, he definitely needs to be working on getting this ultimate a lot faster.
Yep, the Dragons are going to be that early engagement. They're playing on top of the bridge, and they do a considerable amount of damage to Hush, and they even use the Immortality to try to save themselves. Unfortunately, though, that's why you kind of need to save it. They're not going to pop out with their window going up against your Bongo, and you have nothing to save you from this. I mean, the Gravitic Flux, you can take them down, you can try to slam them out, but you found Kashkan. Is that really that big? Because it's just a Hanzo.
Yeah, unfortunately, whenever you lose 3 members and all you get is a Hanzo that's now swapped over to the Soldier, I mean, you're still going to lose that fight. Like, you need follow-up on that Gravitic Flux, otherwise, like, come on and slam welcome to the jam, you're not killing much, GG, go next.
They are going to be throwing out that bomb, but look at that immediate pressure shutting it down. It is no longer going to be able to try and contest this. Cracked Cats may have had somewhat of a snowball when it came to their attack, but they are aggressively becoming snowballed.
Hi. Hello.
Yeah, I definitely have to say, I was giving a lot of favor to Cracked Cats here, but now with only 4 minutes and 40 seconds to capture this last point, if Cracked Cats can hold a big defense here, I'm going to be incredibly surprised.
Yeah, and I'm wondering to see how they really try to push this, because they can definitely use this copy, and they have to force just to be able to pop that break, but you lose that immortality so early. That's going to be a massive issue.
Yeah, it's going to be a big issue, and I don't think Petal's going to be getting a rally off of this. Well, he might here if he... Up there's the rally. He pops it just in time, but unfortunately automatically swapping back. You got, like, no value out of that.
Yeah, I don't know what your game plan was. Now, Deco is going to be using their own rally to kind of move forward and overstay their welcome. You pretty much just stopped the snowball by yourself, by your own issues.
Yeah, and unfortunately that is a lost fight. In my opinion, I would have personally saved the duplication until you had another full team fight and just taken the L.
Yep, this is now where we see both windows wanting to try to get more value, but it seems that the comments are going to be able to get more just because their window is in their favor. I mean, sure, Louis is going to use that bongo, and we see Khan being able to get that 2K, which helps them move forward. Snell does have that bomb if they want to try to slow down this fight, but honestly, the big issue comes with the fact that their team is now being staggered so immensely, and Snell dies with the ability. The payload is in a close spot.
Yeah, it looks like Cracked Cats is going to have about one more fight, and the Bob's probably going to be walking onto the point kind of late, but it's going to be really interesting to see if Cracked Cats can hold this for another 3 minutes.
Yeah, both fluxes. I don't really know how this works. I guess they slam each other down to the ground. Nobody's really going to die, but we do see Khan eventually get picked off by the Baptistes. They're now at the disadvantage, and they are playing their win conditions right. They understand they're not directly going to win it until they can just copy out. They want to try to build another Gravitic Flux as we see them put out immense damage, and I just feel so bad for the side of Cracked Cats. Look, that mines are going to be coming out, but anyone else who is alive is about to be fluxed the moment that they come out. Sure, you do manage to dodge out the Tracer, but now your Ashe isn't going to be able to survive, and they just managed to bring this to a timing of 2 minutes and 34 seconds. Remember, Comets really only have to get a tick.
Yeah, I do have to say, considering the fact they captured the third point with just under 5 minutes and Cracked Cats was able to hold that for about 2.5, I honestly think Cracked Cats can give this a draw.
I think this is a incredibly difficult possibility to draw, because Cracked Cats would have to play out of their mind. I think they aren't really being able to compete against Comets. I mean, yes, they had a snowball when it came to their attack, but it doesn't work. Like I can't say, oh, you did good, and then you know, bad. It doesn't weigh out. They seem to be struggling. This is why you see them now switch over kind of the ideas. They now have Derpy onto the Hanzo rather than the Torbjorn. They may want to play a lot more bunkered, but they still are struggling to play as a team.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting here seeing that you only have to defend one tick and you're not really walking out on a bunker comp. I mean, sure, you're going to have an Ashe, but the Ashe isn't going to do much unless you can get Bob. And honestly, with at the rate that Snell is getting these Bobs, I personally don't see that happening in 230.
I definitely see. Now this is the moment where we can possibly see Comets bring us into a 2-0, but don't think Cracked Cats are out just yet. I do think this Sombra is going to be a long-lasting character, possibly just to be able to see what they're running, but I don't expect this Symmetra.
I mean, they might be walking out with the Symmetra. I'm pretty sure he's going to be swapping. Yep, there's the swap over to the Echo. Very unfortunate and sad to see. And Kashakan already getting the scouting report on that.
Yep, it works out. This is where we want to see some swaps. They now know what they want to do. And I think Echo by far is one of the biggest picks that you can really run. I don't know how many times I got to explain to lower elo players or to myself sometimes, but Echo is immense when it comes to damage.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that whenever you just duplicate someone and you get your ultimate faster than they can, it's honestly just kind of a BM move in general. Like, Echo is the definition of a BM character.
Yeah, unfortunately though, you do lose out your Hanzo. That's your big damage user and kind of poke composition person. So while that immortality keeps you alive for a second, you're not going to be having it in the long run. You are able to kind of break down the rest of Comet's shield and put in a good amount of damage. You want to be able to build up that ult first, and you're struggling to take these sight lines. Look at this, they are going to be losing out their own Ashe. They do lose that window, but it's so far back that the team has to kind of rotate out, and it just doesn't give them enough time to use it and get as much value comparable to Comet's own ability. Look at that, that's a team kill, and that is a pretty much solidified victory for the side of U2D Comets.
Yeah, and I don't want to, like, say anything too early here, but I feel like this is going to be going just as fast as the last map did. I mean, we're definitely going to be seeing Nun type here on the Zenyatta getting to play in the game. It's not often you see a Zenyatta getting play anymore.
Yeah, honestly, I think Zenyatta's slowly getting a bit more benefit, especially at the elo that we are now. They benefit off playing it well, and that's definitely what we see here. I think, at least when it comes to Zenyatta, they have been performing absolutely phenomenal, and more players are really ready to kind of bring it up to 11. And I think that's what matters the most. You're bringing up these high tempos. I think Comets are definitely having the ability to kind of continue forward. But how do you feel about Cracked Cats? Because I honestly, I'm feeling a bit more somber to their feelings. I think that I feel like they know what they need to be doing, but then they get confused, and then they lose it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm definitely looking at, like, the roster for Cracked Cats. They have a few, like, well-known players that I see every once in a while. But then I look over at the UTD, and I just see, like, Pedal and Jukebox and Nun type, and I'm like, this is kind of a one-sided match, unfortunately.
Yeah, still, I like to give benefit of the doubt. I'm a pessimist, all right? Can you not see my little hair thing that pops up on the top of my head? Like that one not cartoon character, it was like a live animated show. It was like Alfalfa or something. I love that show.
Yeah, Alf?
No, Alfalfa.
Yeah, but the show is just called Alf.
No, it's not.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Kong, man, listen, you're an Overwatch player, all right? You're in Masters. How much of your life have you given up solely to hit that elo?
Too much.
Exactly, alright? So I think me, the plat player, you know, Krusty is gold, fun fact. So I'm gonna be rocking the glasses. I got my ego up. I'm feeling proud. And I still think that this is in Cracked Cats' own corner if they start taking it more seriously. If they are working to their advantages. Because they're not looking... Honestly, they're not looking like a tier 2 team. They're not looking like someone that can kind of compete against the best. They look like they can kind of struggle against the worst.
I mean, okay, I understand you're trying to give benefit of the doubt to Cracked Cats here, and they might be able to take it, but yeah, I mean, you are the definition of plat chat, because I'm going to flex my amazing high master, low GM rank, and just say this is going to be one-sided to UTD. It's going to be 3-0 real fast.
Gotta say, this is some real caster bias. You're being pretty one-sided. I mean, let's talk about how the kind of good things that Cracked Cats managed to pull off. More specifically, just the fact how Snow was able to kind of move forward, playing onto that Tracer, and being able to kind of play very aggressively that worked to their benefit more often than not.
Yeah, I mean, that Snell did have a few good moments, but unfortunately, like, every time he threw the bob, what did UTD do? Discorded, immediately died, the bomb had no value. You literally had an ultimate being thrown out that provided nothing to your team.
Okay, that is a really good point. Bob being shut down, getting no immediate value, that's going to cost you a lot. But they were able to kind of play as a team. They were able to slow down the fight a considerable amount, and especially on their own attack, they seem to just be working well when they can keep moving forward.
I mean, yes, you are making good points, and I know I'm sorry. It's starting to sound like a broken record player about UTD. But I mean, can we take a look at your shirt there for a second with all your bananas on it?
Yeah, I'm going 8 brain.
Yeah. You are monkey brain right now. you are not realizing the facts that UTD is winning this 3-0.
Listen,
like
all
if
right.
Crackhead.
I think my Twitter says it the best. All right, Ben Shiro.
Yes, Ben Shiro.
All right, I don't care about your facts. I care about your feeling, because what I'm feeling next is Dorado, a very nice and very flexible map, at least when it comes to being able to run out compositions. We also do get a sub out, more of VI for Hushed, which is going to be a bit more interesting, especially because I think Dorado is it's an interesting map. I don't really know the best way to describe it.
Yeah, Dorado is definitely one of those maps that, like, me as a Symmetra player, I kind of enjoy as the only payload map, because on the first point you have that nice little archway that the payload has to go through, which gives you great turret placements. But other than that, like, Dorado is just a really well-polished payload map compared to all the others in the game.
Yeah. Also, just like a small off comment, did you see Overwatch 2 posting it, and we get to see it in the day? I want to play Dorado in the day. It is such a beautiful map at night, and I think it looks just as great in the day.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. The map looks absolutely stunning in the day. That's just like whenever the Halloween event comes around, I love playing Iconwald on. For nighttime, it's just so more aesthetically pleasing, especially with the moon and that giant castle.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
I definitely have to say, you make a lot of great points, and I can't wait to see how we rock when it comes to Dorado, because I think it's mostly given for like sky type of compositions. You can definitely, I've been saying all day, you can run dive, you can run double bubble. I haven't seen it once. Okay, maybe then again I'm seeing things. All right, I've got Jeff Kaplan in the corner of my room trying to help me out, and I can hear the sponsorships such as Crusaders, Elo Hell, ISU Esports, Operator GX, and Project Cap just saying, talk about us a bit more, give us some love, and I want to give them as much love as I want, because how do you feel about this? How do you feel? All right.
I mean, honestly, without sponsors, we wouldn't be here giving you this amazing gameplay today of UDT about to win this 3-0, because I know I sound like a record player, and I know I already used that line, but I mean, come on. This is kind of a one-sided game at the moment.
Yep. Also, my point proven, Alfalfa is a character from Little Rascals. So, I win that.
Yes, but you were referring to the show Alf with your reference.
No, I don't want to hear it. We see these teams walking out onto Pure Dive. I don't believe we're going to be seeing out with the Symmetra, maybe just a teleport across, but who do you think has kind of the better support line right now, just because it's Brig versus Ana? I mean,
definitely looking at this, like, the Brig is going to be able to, like, give you the armor, because as we all know, the armor gives you the nice little damage reduction, but Mercy is going to be able to help bring anyone that dies back, that way they don't have the long spawn.
Yep, we are going to be seeing those swaps, and they are already taking so much damage that we even see them have to go to their own spawn to get that massive healing, rather than letting their own Ana kind of get off of it. I do think they managed to get this massive pick onto the Echo. They're not going to be having it when it comes to this push, and they're being able to move forward. Remember, this is their attack. I don't understand how they got critical there, and how critical is he being poked out at all. It's being a really big benefit, because you have basically the sight lines of the Sentry, but you've been found out. What do you do at this moment?
I mean, I definitely want to make a quick comment. You do remember that Cats did actually start on the Symmetra, and that's how they got critical over to that high ground, which a lot of people don't really recognize.
Yeah, but like, you see it happen sometimes, and I'm more impressed that critical wasn't focused out, because at least for me, the moment that you see on a hard scope and you get to see that one line, that's when you focus them down.
Exactly, but unfortunately, like, Cats was actually able to doing a good job giving that space with the Winston Diva onto the opposing team, that they couldn't just risk sending someone over to the Ana and then just lose the rest of their team.
Yeah, look at this. They are able to take out the Echo, but it is going to be an even trade. Jukebox are trying to do their best, and it seems that Pistol's going to be the one to kind of help this out as they manage to hit out with the pulse bomb, but they need to be able to move forward and find something. They get that nano out to their own monkey who gets left, and that's going to be a detriment because now you just can't get any value off of it, and the comments feel pretty happy with that fight.
Yeah, the Comet's able to stop that with just over 2 meters to go. Cats have got to be kicking themselves that they weren't able to capitalize on that, and they're really chasing this Echo down.
Hey, I mean, you can get a stagger pick if you can get a stagger pick. That's what I like to say.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. We're going to be seeing Petal taking on the Echo again and backing out, realizing this is not his fight.
I definitely have to agree. Now, we do know, at least, that 5 has the... Well, I don't know if it's 5, because I can't really read Roman numerals, so I'll just say VI.
That is 8.
Ah! Well, we got 8 walking out. They have the Primal Rage. They have a couple ultimates. They are going to be losing Derpy very early, so you don't have that copy. And is that a bomb flying out? They almost got the C9, but that's Winston done as well. I'm more seeing the struggle of them being able to kind of win this fight on the side of Cracks. They even have to use that Primal Rage. They've lost out Critical. They are immensely struggling to kind of secure any type of opening. It just seems that Comets are kind of playing their strengths and they're counterplaying it perfectly.
I do have to say, that was kind of very like aesthetically pleasing to watch the duplicated Winston just bullying the Brigida in the corner.
Fair enough, honestly. And look at this. Tracer 1v1. I haven't seen this since SBB kind of came in my dreams and beat me up, but that's a nightmare I have to talk to my therapist about. We do know that the side of Crack Cats, they have around 4 ultimates, and they want to use this copy early.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very interesting using that copy early, because now they're on the Diva already at 31%. Like, just the passive is just so quick, and I think we're actually going to be seeing a bomb here in 3, 2, there it is.
Yep, I'd like to see it. That nano goes on to Ludi, he goes inside the backline, the pulse bomb gets in. It's absolutely mad coming from Hillen, but this bomb may be bigger. The rally is only going to be keeping them up for as long as Liana's alive, and they're both gone. This is now going to be looking pretty bad for the side of UP Comets, as they do really have their tank line and DPS there, but you just nanoed the Brig for a slight second. The Brig is basically going to be the MVP. Deco, nobody can kill you. You are going to be alive for 6 years because you have passive healing. You have your own kind of sustain, and you're able to just basically hit W. Your Reinhardt, if he was better, although we do see the entirety of the teams come back. The support line from Comets are going to be struggling as they lose their Brig incredibly early. They are coming up slowly onto a copy as some type of sustainability, but they're not being able to kind of pick anyone off until Dilton finds out, and that's a big issue. RT, though, is going to be sacrificed to the Wolves as we see the copy. This may be the point that they've been looking for. If they can just force someone to get off the point for a millisecond, well, it seems that Cracked Cats were the one who were able to get that out and manage to cap the point because of it.
Yeah, I definitely have to say that is a big letter number, specifically a C9. Just in fact, we watched both Louis and Kazakhran, both as the Winstons, jump off of the point, and I believe there's a miscommunication there.
I definitely have to agree, but Cracked Cats... What's it? Second, I'm sorry, the Cracked Cats, so much dust just came off of their game that I had to sneeze for a millisecond, and because they're looking to look unrusty, they're starting to look a little bit cleaner, but I need to see better executions. I think Derpy being on the Soldier is a good benefit, though.
Yeah, I definitely have to say, like, I caught a little bit of that dust as well, and my goodness, like, Cracked Cats, I'm sorry to eat my own words here about UTD winning this in a quick 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, Pistol, I am so impressed to just see them. Every time they start losing, they immediately go onto the Widowmaker, and it works. Normally, this is the throw pick, especially on this type of map where dive is so powerful, but you're being able to oppress them. They can't push forward without immediately having a threat of being headshotted, and look, they're hiding.
Yeah, they're definitely really scared of Petal, and just watching him just zone out this Ana, well, he misses the shot there, but we know that he can land these shots, and Cracked Cats has got to be scared of that.
Yeah, I think RT being down really early is not really the biggest problem, because look at this bomb coming out. It does force everyone to split up. It slows down this point to a minute. Louis may be forced to have to use this for, Monkey ult just to try and stay alive, but luckily they are somehow able to, as Cracks didn't have anyone to heal in for themselves. They do have a bunch of ultimates, and we see Snow kind of setting up for a sneaky pulse bomb.
Yeah, he's going to be setting up for the sneaky pulse bomb, or he's just going to reveal himself to Petal, and this is going to be an interesting 1v1, and he just leaves the fight.
It was so early.
Yeah, but little too early, and Petal trying to see if he's still hiding somewhere.
Honestly, I do think Cracks, they're pretty much looking fine though. Look at their ult economy. 5 ultimates, and each one of them is a kind of game changer in their own sense. They do have the sights to kind of look forward, and Derpy doesn't have anything to save them from the ante. Now that 2K is absolutely massive, the rest of their team, they had 6 ult, they had 5 ultimates. They had popped every single one, and not one has been able, besides from the Pokemon, to be able to finish someone out. Now the Mr. Cracks, they want to be able to stall this as much as possible so they can get the rest of their team. As the Monk is really the only person alive, and that copy bomb is going out to pick anyone off. It's a little too high to finish things. It's still a sizable win condition. Comets can bring this back. That's just pretty rude. You didn't have to shove it into their face. But I mean, I get it. You managed to get this whole under the choke, which is one of the better spots to kind of get it, but it's not that real.
Now, I definitely have to say I have to love Louis for getting the 1 punch 2 kills with the Winston Primal. That was very pleasing to see. I mean, I do have Cog in my name. I have to love Winston just automatically, and that was I loved every second of that.
I gotta say, I do love it too. And I think Cracked Cats, alright, so when you have 5 ultimates, I don't think we ever talk about kind of what's the best way to engage, because I think when you have a lot of ultimates, it's more often than not you hit Q and hope one works. But what is the best way to get the most value out of it? Because Cracked Cats really kind of didn't benefit from it.
I definitely believe that that was mainly a favor side onto the UTD Comets, just because they had more sustainable ults, while as Cracked Cats just had more of the aggressive ults. And if you know how to play around your sustainable ults, you can just counter any other ult in the game.
Alright, so with Cracked Cats running out, this is, I don't know the definition of this comp, because I don't know why you run the Reinhardt when everything about it says bunker, stay down, stay forward. But what you're rocking with is for the Reinhardt to be able to kind of walk in and hit the hammer. But look at Comets.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I recognize this comp. If you can see where Cats is playing, there's actually a nice little Mei wall you can place where the enemy can't get in that room, and you can just infinitely stall the point.
Oh!
See, they're going to put the Rhine shield up, they can't shoot it. They can't contest this. Sure, they can go in the back, but you have the Baptiste, the Brigida to stun anyone else away. And then as soon as they try and push this Rhine, the Mei's going to wall, and you can still contest through this wall.
Hey, I mean, that's pretty cool. But look, they switch over to the Pharah. Now you're stuck inside this small room, and your D.Va is the only thing keeping you alive. That DM is so valuable, but you're still giving them so much ult charge. Look at Pistol. You managed to use the Junkrat Mines just to be able to finish it out. As the Immortality keeps them up, the Barrage is going to finish you out. And you have just said bon appetit, giving them a free meal of 5-star. Gordon Ramsay would be jealous.
Yeah, I recognize the composition they were running. Unfortunately, it wasn't the exact comp that actually lets you do the almost infinite stall, but that was still really impressive because you don't really see that anymore in tournaments.
Yeah, definitely think so. But look at this. They have room to kind of contest this. I definitely think they have an opportunity. That's why you also see Derpy and Snell switching over to kind of Pharah counters. But it's about how you can take out the Pharah, not the fact that you run Pharah counters. Because they have the Valve. You do use this window very early on, looking to just try to find anyone out. And it seems Junkrat's going to be punished with those stickies. But you've lost your Reinhardt. That's the one person you need. Without Reinhardt, you're going to be struggling to move forward. They're going to be pushing this payload, and they're looking out for your squishies. Especially with this Nano. You one-shot the Brig. Anyone else who tries to come do anything is just going to be slowly melted down, and this is basically a guaranteed capture.
Yeah, definitely want to point out, Petal's currently flying around without his Mercy, and he's still laying down a lot of ground for this team of the UTD Comets.
Yep, now this is where we see kind of UT Comets, they get some room to set up. They're pretty feeling nice. Honestly, they don't really have to worry about much. 4 minutes on the clock just to get it to that choke is absolutely great. Although, Cracked Cats, they have the bomb and rally to be able to kind of sustain through anything.
Yeah, Cracked Cat's currently holding the high ground, but unfortunately with what UTD Comets is playing, the high ground just doesn't exist to you, but now with Nuntype getting picked off by that bomb, UTD has to decide, can they reset or get a good pick here?
Yeah, that was almost a really good kind of hit onto the Riptire, and it does manage to get out the Immortality. As well, more importantly, I think think the rally is something really big right now and kind of gives them the sustain. I mean, the Junkrat somehow being able to just barely escape and waste Critical's attention to be able to heal the team. And look, Critical's still struggling, almost goes out. Now has to rotate to the team at half health, while Pistol's being able to fight the Echo in the air. They're still moving out as the payload reaches that midway, and the barrage was almost good. They played that to perfection, as Dylan is going to be able to shut that down. Snout's going to be able to pick them off. They built up the visor. They can pop it whenever they want, but the fight's already over.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate watching Petal not get much value out of their barrage. Dylan was waiting and prepared, and it seemed like Jukebox didn't really know when the ult was happening because he kind of flew in really late on with his own defense matrix.
Yeah, definitely see. But we're walking back to another curious moment where Comets, they're going to be coming up on some ultimates, and they're coming up on a good amount. Cracked Cats, I think, so far, no matter how much they're losing, they have consistently held a kind of good ult economy. Look, as they rebuild up that copy, and now they have 3 ways to initiate in this fight.
Yeah, they have 3 ways to initiate the fight, and UTT Comets coming up on their 4th ultimate. This is going to be a pretty interesting fight here.
Yep, look at this, the Echo just trying to go out. They put so much pressure onto the Ana, but they're not even able to finish. It seems the one that took most of the damage is going to be Louis, but they get the Nano and Valk. They're able to kind of move in. We do see H trying to do their best to kind of make anyone die, but it's not even worth it. They have to jump over to the point because Pistol was there. They've now lost their rig. They're using the visor, got sights trying to aimbot you down, but they are just eating the damage up. They even have the bomb as a bit of a protection, and you're not able to kill anyone but Jukebox. That Baby Diva is not the person you really want to be focusing on. Sure, it's not the stall, but now you are alone on the high ground, going to be found out. Park has to start putting up the dial, has turned it up to 11. I don't even think anyone can stall besides the Wrecking Ball, but even then they have the Diva Bomb for the people trying to walk in. They use the Pulse Bomb, it's not going to help too much. They do have the Teleporter out. Look at that SEM strategy, you'll be a little proud in your heart, but Western Metro's not going to be living for too long. I think the rally right now is your saving grace, as you're being able to kind of keep yourself up for a little longer. You're giving advantage for that bomb, as there's no shield to stop it. It doesn't manage to get much, but you slow them down. You're allowing your team to come back for a couple seconds, but you lose your mech. Now the rest of your team's coming out. The Sim is going to be able to have that TP, but you have to keep touching. You need to get some picks with the Nano coming out. That is an amazing ability just to be able to not only hit at that damage, but sustain. The Wrecking Ball is doing a nice job. Jukebox still holding on to this ability, hoping to maybe kill someone with the remake. While the Wrecking Ball is being the one to kind of hold this out. It's not enough if you don't kill them off. And honestly, don't say it, alright? Because we do see UTD Comets managing to finish this out in a nice 3-0.
I mean, what can I say? I did call it, and as we're going to be seeing Louis here on the Winston, I'm pretty sure this is going to be the 2-kill, 1-punch.
Hey, I love this anime, alright? Just look at it able to just run
Oh.
their hit into the ante, and then you get so much follow-up on it. Louis, my goodness, you're such a good main team.
I do have to say that was very, very nice to watch. Just that one arm swing, knocking them both into the wall, but killing them mid-air with the Ana nade, with the Mercy boost. Oh, so beautiful.
I definitely have to agree, but man, it's a little unfortunate. We do have to say goodbye to the Cats, but hey, look at this. UT Comets, they're looking great. They'll be moving up forward, and they're going to be looking fresh. I think they have a lot of potential, especially the way we saw them play their comps. I think the one thing they want to worry about is consistency and kind of continuously running out on their comps. I think a lot of the times they lost fights where they theoretically should have won, or they took a weird engagement, but those are small kind of issues when it came to this match.
Yeah, Comets are definitely like just coming in here, basically, as their name says, their Comets. They just kind of flew through this competition pretty easily. I mean, sure, they are down here in the losers bracket, which is where we are watching right now. But after watching them just absolutely fly by the Cats, I think Comets have a good chance at running this back.
Hey, I think anything is possible if you put your heart to it, except flying. That's how you get a broken bone in the hospital, and the doctor has to question why you're there. It's not a conversation that I really want to have at this moment. The more thing I just want to say is how much fun this invitation has been so far, and for the people who have kind of stuck out, been able to see every match, I'm more curious to see kind of when I read back into the feed, who was your favorite game? I think every match was absolutely kind of had their own type of flavor, but from what you saw so far, Kongman, what is your favorite match?
Honestly, like, even though we came into this one kind of late, I would have to say this would be one of my favorites, but I definitely think that G-Force, just watching them absolutely roll, RPI was kind of fun to watch, not gonna lie. I mean, I know a lot of people don't enjoy watching steamrolls, but that one was just enjoyable.
Yeah, honestly, I definitely have to agree. Besides from our earlier EU games, I definitely think that was a very fun match because we get to see what dominance looks like. And I think you now set the bar to how, you could say, oh, this team's great. They have this, and this player. But did you finish a match in under 30 minutes? I don't think so. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. I know people really love speed running games and all that, and I feel like that's exactly what GeForce is trying to do. They're trying to use all G's of their force to speed run through this competition as fast as they can, and definitely within a sub 30-minute time for a match, you got to know they're wanting to maybe attempt to get a sub 25.
Yep. But honestly, with everything kind of coming in, before we go to a break, I just want to give a very special thank you to everyone who's tuning in right now. It means so much, especially because the sponsors are making this happen, and you guys, by supporting, by viewing, by checking out the merch bracket, supporting the producers, casters, everything, we can continue to do this. We can continue to give you high quality Overwatch content, and honestly, I think Will gets to keep the hat. I think that's kind of the terms of service. Every good game, Will gets another hat to put on himself. So you get to feel proud. You can stay tuned in because we may or may not have another match. That's up for you to figure out because we will kind of continue on with the Will English Invitational.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the Overwatch Invitational 3. We're coming back to you once again because we had some stuff go on tonight, and it's been chaotic and stressful. So for all of you that have been hanging with us the entire time, or even if you just tuned in, first off, thank you. We appreciate you supporting the Invitational and all we do to try to bring more eyes to the incredible talent here in the Tier 3 and Tier 2 scene. But nevertheless, we kind of have to talk about the elephant in the room. Why the heck we haven't been able to come on broadcast yet. And it's just because of the way that things are happening in the background for what many of you all may know. Overwatch Collegiate was also this evening. Now we have done pretty due diligence in trying to make sure that everyone who was playing today and all of our collegiate teams knew that if they had a conflict because they were participating in Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming, that they would have ways to kind of mitigate that. Unfortunately, we either did not receive word from some of these teams that they were participating in, and they thought that they would just kind of take a long break and be able to participate, or it was communicated to them that they could postpone matches to another day. And so we're kind of dealing with a lot in the background right now. We can give you some updates on the matches that we do have definitive answers on. So as you know, Oklahoma University Crimson did end up winning their match and are supposed to be moving on to face off against Death Computers, aka Lo-Fi Aim. Now that match and its subsequent match against Best Buds GG will both be postponed until sometime in the near future, hopefully tomorrow, due to the issue with Overwatch Collegiate. And then the match that we're waiting for right now just happened to be really fast. Like, we just rushed through it way too quickly. And so we're just, we're just waiting to meet RPI where they are. They were taking a break, and they're gathering their effects to be able to get back into lobby with us for our final game of the evening. But User and Kongman, it's been a heck of a ton of Overwatch today. Tell me, you've been casting a lot of it. You've been watching a lot of it. What have been kind of like your favorite moments from what we've seen in the Tier 3, Tier 2.5 scene today?
I've got to say, at least for me, a lot of my favorite moments have been when teams are pulling off very close fights. But the one thing that I do want to, and also like one thing I do want to point out, because I was there for it and I've got a little special heart for it, was the first game at around 5 a.m. EST when we had technically the first C9 of the season. It was literally the first match in an overtime situation, and that was my favorite moment. And everything after that has like continuously been funny because I'm watching teams and I'm like, oh, who else is going to be added to the list?
Who's gonna C9 next, right?
Yeah. So,
I
like,
feel like we play a game with that. We have just kind of like a tic-tac-toe board, and we have all the team names, and then we just kind of mark them off every time they end up C9ing. But I have to say that was I yeeted my whiteboard across the room because I get so tired of this game, right? I get so tired of this. That it doesn't matter if it's open division, it doesn't matter if it's trials, it doesn't matter if it's contenders, it doesn't matter if it's Overwatch League, it doesn't matter if it's my dang comp game. It seems that the first match, there's always a C9 on one side or the other, and it just blows my mind. It's like the first match. If you're locked into the first match of whatever broadcast you're on, you are just like perplexed by this inability to be able to touch objectives. Like, I just don't know what it is. I have no clue what it actually is. But yeah, that was definitely an interesting moment. Kongman, how about you? What was a moment that you really enjoyed about today, or maybe even seeing a team we didn't expect make it further than they were expected to?
I mean, I'm going to be honest, I'm always a fan of matches going really quickly. I know it doesn't give me a lot of time to cast, but there's just something so satisfying about watching the 3-0. So watching GeForce going up against RPI with that incredibly fast game. I mean, fast games are incredible to watch because it's great to see just how good a team is. Yeah. And also, I know it gives like me and User a chance to rest our voices just a little bit more. Because I remember the first game I ever casted for Overwatch was in Star Esports, like 2 years ago, I want to say it was, and it went all the way to a map 7 in round 1 of the winners bracket. And that was long and grueling for all of us. And honestly, anytime I get a fast map, I just think at least it wasn't the 2.5-hour game.
Listen, I'm the world's unluckiest person because I remember it was like for an entire season that I was casting, I had like back-to-back map 5. So at least for me, I have my voice is pretty stern, and I've got a little hate for a producer who always gave me the maps accidentally. Who knows who he is. But still, I do somewhat agree. I do love long maps because I think that's where we get to see the players more often than not. They get stressed. They're like, we need to win it out. How has this been going on for so long?
No,
yeah, that's definitely a true feeling I have. Because I even know, especially whenever you play comp, and if you're on payload and you just keep capping that point, capping the point. I know. I remember I actually had a game like way back when I was plat. I want to say the final score was like 13-12 on Dorado. Like that's how long the game kept going.
Oh goodness, I can't say that I've had any like that. You know, I'm just a plat console brain. So, nevertheless, I don't get to necessarily have those elongated games. But it looks like the teams are getting ready as we speak. So we're just going to vamp a little bit more about kind of what we're going to be seeing in this upcoming match. So we've got RPI Overwatch 1 versus UTD comments. Now UTD is kind of shown to be a balanced force, so to speak. You know, they obviously got relegated at some point down to the lower bracket. I don't remember off the top of my head, just because it's been a long day. But the same with RPI, except they made it just a little bit further. So go ahead and give me kind of your thoughts on what this matchup will kind of look like while we're getting our lobby set up here.
I think me and Kongman are very lucky to have the opportunity to be able to cast this match because we've got to see both of these teams perform today. Unfortunately, though, the one we got to see perform was RPI losing, and then we get to see obviously the other team winning. We get to see kind of how they're going to be working. And I think this match is going to be very interesting because RPI have been playing all day and they probably want to make sure that they win so they can continue moving forward, get themselves out of the losing bracket. So the way I see this is either RPI, they're out of steam, they're out of it, and they just want to go to sleep, so they're not going to be able to give it their all as much as they want to. Look at that. You're
feel that.
Yeah. And we're going to be seeing the opponents kind of bring it out in a clean 3-0, or this is very much most possibly going to go to a map 5 because I could definitely still see RPI either bringing this to a standstill, but I don't know how confident I am being able to build this kind of stable structure of their opponents.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree because like we saw RPI in the match that we unfortunately didn't get to cast, but we did see live on the stream. They did win 3-1 in a pretty nice fashion. The map they lost was literally just like 1 or 2 team fights that could have gone a bit better. And then UTD Comets winning a 3-0 really quickly against the Crazy Cats. Honestly, was like I even called it. I know users gonna hate me for saying that, but I mean, I just have to say it. I mean, yeah, I see you frowning over there.
All right.
But yeah, it's definitely going to be a really close match.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to y'all. Our first map of the evening is going to be Nepal. And I agree with both of you. I think that, well, it should be Nepal, according to the schedule. So, nevertheless, it's going to be interesting.
We're starting
to
on
see.
King of the Hill.
Yeah, we're starting on a control map somewhere at this point. It is just getting too late. But we will get there eventually. But like I said, I agree with both of you on this stance. You know, we've been at it a long day, and believe me, we have spent over a month trying to make sure that we weren't exhausting players by having to play long days like this. But unfortunately, due to lack of signups, last-minute dropouts, things like that, the reformatting of the tournament just kind of laid this to rest. So we once again, to all the teams out there, we appreciate you kind of rocking and rolling with us. And I'm going to go ahead and throw it on over to User Intel and Kongman to go ahead and take us out on our final match of day 1 of the Invitational. Take it away.
Ooh, I'm gotta be honest with you, Kongman. I'm gonna be excited. Well, because we've done a lot here today, and now we finally get to see 2 teams that have lost in a more curious way, I think, into our kind of ideas. I think we're more curious about how they lost more than anything, but at least we get to see them kind of try to bring it up. Who do you think is going to be having that redemption arc? I know we both kind of felt it was Comments, but do you really stand by that?
I mean, I'm kind of too old in my predictions today on who was going to win, which honestly, I kind of feel very on the edge voting for this one. Because RPI, as we saw, they did get the 3-1, but then they got steamrolled by GeForce, and UTD Comments coming out with that amazing 3-0 victory over the Crazy Cats. Honestly, after watching RPI's performance of getting rolled, I'm sure their mentality is not where it should be on the positive side, since they did suffer such a insane loss. And UTD Comments with that amazing 3-0 victory. I'm gonna guess it's gonna go Comets 3-1.
I don't want to say honestly, because I can speak all I want, but these teams are looking to go against no matter what we say. However, I feel RPIs have had a moment to breathe. They've had a moment to sit it out, relax, and while kind of the issues were happening outside, they were more focusing on their player mentals, and I think that's kind of going to give them a slighter edge, because obviously the Comets, they just came off of a victory. They're going to be puffing out their chest. They're going to be feeling like Eeyore, or not Eeyore. They're going to be feeling like basically some very happy Disney character that's going to be feeling really proud of themselves. They're like, oh, we've got this. You know, they've lost, and they lost poorly. They're going to be feeling terrible, especially when moving out control. I think it matters most how we're going to be seeing these teams try to take it. Like if we see RPI run more kind of safer comps, then that's when I start getting worried. When they're not trying to play kind of the risky comps that we're seeing them for, and like trying to go above and beyond, that's how we know we're slowing down. And where I will say they will 100% get 3-0. But other than that, with kind of the idea that I'm hoping they go into, I think that they're going to be able to win kind of a 3-2 series. But, you know, hit or miss if we get to that map 5.
All right, so it looks like we're looking at my vote of 3-1 for the Comments and your vote of 3-2 for RPI. It's nice having 2 casters thinking that it's going to go 2 different ways, because you never know what's going to happen. I mean, one of us is going to go home happy, the other is going to be mad that we guessed incorrectly. I mean, I'm probably going to be right, but I mean, honestly, looking at this, it's going to be a fun match either way.
Yeah, I mean, look at this chat. Kongman sitting here sending me Garfield memes talking about he thinks that Comets are gonna win. I mean, he was 100% correct. I'll give him that. But still, we're getting set, and we are getting very close to getting into this map. And honestly, when it does get to control, because I do believe we know the kind of idea of what we want to go on, whether it's Nepal or Oasis, I really don't think that matters all too much, because I think those maps are very similar.
Yeah, both the maps are kind of similar because they each have one that's indoors, which is annoying to play. They both have that big outside area, and honestly, like, I'll be 100% honest, a lot of King of the Hill maps are kind of identical. Exception of Ilios with that giant pit.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like the big point that you're worrying out for. But look at this. It's as Sir Jack said, the bearded god himself. We're going straight over to Nepal. And Nepal is one of the most beautiful maps to start this out on because it has such a diversity when it comes to how you want to be able to play it.
Yeah, especially with all these different options on, especially like the 3 different maps you have. Like we're here on this one with that nice little room that you have to fight in. It's always interesting to see where teams want to fight because they can either take the high ground that the camera just passed by or they can go straight to the point and then you have the weird like door fight. But either way, it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to be walking out on and exactly where they want to take fights at.
Yep, but it's going to matter to how we see this. So without further ado, let's get started. A showy! Because we're going to be seeing RPI walk out with the double shield. And I feel like they're going to be running this Symmetra. I don't think there's any reason why you don't against this brawl without any form of a TP.
I'm pretty sure they're just going to be TPing straight out of the spawn door and swapping. I mean, that's what most teams do. There's the TP. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing, yep, there's the swap. Very unfortunate. I mean, I love seeing Symmetra as much as the next guy, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
And the fight begins already.
Yeah, but look, there's nothing stopping Comets from being able to immediately walk into the double shield. The entirety of their team is just getting hit, and I feel like if you have that Symmetra, you make Louis feel a lot more scared and pressured because you're giving that Symmetra charge.
I want to point out Louis has just walked up to the spawn door of the opposing team with an opening team kill. I mean, this is just disrespectful to start the match off.
Is this because I voted against them? Hey, I'm trying to give some representation.
I mean, like I said, I'm undefeated on my picks right now, so I mean, UTD comments heard me, they're like, we gotta win, boys, full aggression.
Yeah, right now they are set up, and they are playing on the high ground, which is a really good way to kind of play against this. And they're able to get a really nice melee wall to not only take out Spitfire, but RJ, who's stuck in the air, not being able to play around. And look at this, UTD comments, they're basically being able to take every fight as a team kill.
Yeah, and honestly, this is kind of looking like a little bit of a one-sided map. I'm sure this RPI just doesn't enjoy this part of Nepal, because I'll be honest, there's a few parts of Nepal I just hate entirely.
You know, I think that's a fair kind of idea, especially because Nepal can be very annoying. But I think the most thing that you kind of have to hate is how they want to try to set this up. RPI has no ult. They don't even build up to that window because they've been dying so easily. How do you even try to get this fight? The moment you move in, you're going to get hit by a high ground.
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting seeing RPI running Orisa here into the Reinhardt, because unfortunately, like, Reinhardt's a giant mobile shield, and like I even said in the last match, playing Orisa is just kind of weird, because you just place a shield and you can't do anything.
I mean, hey, the barrage gets used onto the Diva. 5 to 6, you've opened this up, but now you're very much in a bad position. You're open up, the Blizzard's caught out of the brawl, and you're having to go to. You now don't have any ability to kind of burst, break it down, especially with the full scroll. You see most likely drops out the straight line. That may cost their team, and the rest are RPI being able to get value off of Dave not being able to use their abilities.
Yeah, either Petal had a weird DC or a spike flag, or maybe that was part of his strategy. He wanted to try and bait out the enemy like a Mirage Clone in Apex and just seeing if RPI would not capitalize on that.
I'm gonna be honest with you, they're throwing, I feel like this is really scripted, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, you say that, but Petal immediately kills the Pharah. I mean, sure, she got rezzed, but I don't think they're throwing.
I don't think they're throwing either. What I do think is that they have an amazing ult combination to go against anything that Comets want to do. Because as long as this Gravitic Flux hits, the Dragons will work, right?
Of course, I mean, all you gotta do is lift and throw down, and here comes the High Noon, and they lift the High Noon, but they already killed the Pharmacy. Like, my goodness, Petal, calm down.
Yeah, the Dragons also don't really hit. I think they went a little bit down into the ground, and they're gonna be suffering. The Baptiste even tried to ego window, which was like something I tried to do. It doesn't even work out. Honestly, UTT Dominance, they somehow bring in more momentum from their last game than I ever expected.
Yeah, I definitely have to say, like, even though Pedal had that weird either disconnect or lag spike or whatever happened, it's really honestly appealing just watching UTT just walk back out and be like, all right, we had a weird hiccup with our internet, but we're back and we're taking names.
I think this is just the confidence of 1,000 lions. It's like 1 billion lions versus all the Pokemon. It's something that doesn't make sense, but it's something that's always on my mind. Now we're seeing a Shadow/Dog dive against the Wrecking Ball comp. I'm more scared for the Wrecking Ball comp. They are going to be broken.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting here because the ball can just repeatedly knock people into the pit. And meanwhile on UTD, I mean, sure, you have the Lucio, but you also have Diva able to boot people off, which comes up every once in a while.
Fair enough, but the main thing I like about what comments are running, the fact that, look, they now know who they want to go on, they didn't decide. They said make the distance and be able to find them out. Summer is getting gone from the distance, but they have to get those characters. They don't have any tactics to find out because they managed to take out their spacing. But nobody on the side of UTD are taking any damage. Look how they're basically just walking around trying to find any kind of position. They just find out stuck down. And yes, RBI are getting control of the point, but they're still not winning the fight necessarily. So Moira is being melted down and they're struggling to finish it out. RBI are honestly more benefiting from this long type of brawl, even if they've lost two. The pack does manage to hit out Spitfire. My tongue sometimes. I'm trying to give the team the benefit of the doubt, and then they just say no, we're gonna decide to win it out.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't want to try and flex my ego here, but the way UTD Comments is currently winning these team fights, I'm kind of happy with my choice here.
Yeah, that was amazing. Overwatch does get a lot of damage, and I mean, they're building up to the EMP, but I don't think they really take this fight, no matter in any scenario. It's going to be basically a 5v6, a 4v6, as they slowly go down. They've only got 20% of the points, and it seems that early fight kind of was a big issue inside, as RTB are being able to overcome it. Now they even pop out the EMP. That's a fully 5-man. They can get the feedback, but the capture is going on to the side of RBI. I think it's maybe a big issue for them so early.
Yeah, UTT popping that EMP in kind of a weird, like, half-losing, half-winnable fight. I mean, they could have swung it that way, but you need to land more people than just mainly a Diva and a Mercy.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been better here to have the Coalescence in, and the Visor is being used to try to finish anyone out, but you basically have taken the the Visor can do all they want, but if you're not finding anyone, then it's going to be a problem, especially with the Sovereign being able to find you out. They only used one ultimate to push that, and that's the way that you could have hoped for.
Yeah, I mean, going back to that Sombra EMP, I'm re-looking at the well, there goes Spitfire. Looking at the composition of RPI, there's really not much you can EMP there. I mean, sure, you can deny the Tracer from blinking away or prevent a Diva Bomb, but anyone else, there's no real value to EMP.
Yeah, look at this thing. Soundwave just to be able to have an early fight. I don't really think they want to invest in it. I think this entire fight was just build up that EMP as well. They now set themselves up over 50%, and even using this bomb, looking for any type of stagger and DMX, you find out nada. All the way can't hide the EMP being used, not giving them the retreat. Maybe he was not going to get my passive retreat. Just hide in your spawn room. Don't walk anymore.
Yeah, this is definitely a moment where they need to just sit and spawn, wait a minute, maybe put RJ over onto the Widow, see if he can get a pick. I mean, Del can just get a pick over onto the Sombras. This is their chance to come back, but the Pedal's just being so aggressive right now.
Hey, I am not at all of that whole entire fight. Without a bit more inspirational than anything while Spitfire trying to escape the game from the line, stopping the hack is decline of life. They've been kind of empty on their side, although you do benefit the Tracer walking into the mine. Slowly gotta find you out, and you're at 95%. You have to use this Transcendence to be able to touch the point, and that's what you see them doing. They're even using a tool of Spitfire, which works as a second catalyst, but they've now lost the 70 out of the super struggling to stay alive. Build. More importantly, the Fox does have the bomb, and nobody on the point. On the side of RBI are going to be able to do anything. They are just not finding any rounds. Those recon are taking slowly there. The rest of your team is gone. Do as much as you can. You can be a god, that's all you want. But what's a god to a non-believer? Because we see the comments. Well, we're going to be able to win out on the ball.
Yeah, Comments was just an amazing, like, impressive show. There was just really, really nice, and it seemed like RPI just really has this one composition they want to play. And here's Petal on the McCree. I'm pretty sure this is the high noon killing the pharmacy.
Get him out of here. I just gotta say, for the short kind of majority of the mistakes feel more just like overthoughts rather than like they were just outplayed or pranked around. I think they're making those mistakes by genuine mistakes rather than just like, oh, the enemy team's pushing in. It was a mistake to try to do this. It's just like, oh, we accidentally just touched their spawn doors. Don't do that again.
Yeah, definitely. Like, one thing I want to point out is like I said, RPI is just sitting on this one composition, and they're getting rolled. Like, at what point are you going to look at your team and go, guys, we need to change this composition up. We just can't keep running the same thing. It's not working.
Yeah, and I don't want to say I'm wrong because I'm not. All right, RPI, they are definitely struggling. I will say that. All right, they are not taking these clean executions, and especially when going up against that Sombra, they were being suppressed a lot. They weren't able to finish anything out, and that's why we saw them kind of get very dominantly pushed, even if they won a couple fights here and there. But I need to be seeing more coming out of them. It's just like I said before, I think what's struggling right now is that the tanks aren't being able to make space for them to move in. Deacon has been absolutely exceptional when moving forward, and I think the supports are trying their best, but I want to be seeing more coming out of the team as a unit as well.
Yeah, I mean, UTD is doing really impressive. I don't really have like many notes to say about them other than they're just focusing targets. They're doing really good. Petal is being the carry of the team right now. I mean, honestly, we saw that play in the game. That was really impressive. And then RPI, hot take, I believe if they actually break out of Sombra, UTD will collapse.
I definitely agree, especially continuing on into the series as this goes longer, and the more that they kind of feel like, if they feel like they're not getting any value on what they're playing or what they're doing, then they may struggle and basically hit the biggest issue that hits Overwatch, and that's player mental booming. I think we both have kind of can vouch for this, of how much the moment that you feel like you're not doing anything, it's impossible to recover.
Yeah, I definitely understand that feeling. That's why anytime I hit like a 3-game losing streak, I understand to just walk away, go do something else, and just come back later. Because you need that mental reset. And RPI should already have that mental reset from GeForce since they had such a nice long break. And UTD is just trying to run it back as fast as they can.
Yeah, and honestly, at least when you see the comments, I want you to kind of give me an idea. Who do you feel like is kind of giving them the ability to move forward? Because we're not being able to see into their comms, and I want to be real with you, all right? If I could fully say like who I think is truly pushing them in, it's got to be their main tank. It's got to be the one who's diving in, taking those investments. The fact that the team is so perfectly kind of rotating around, I think that's kind of what's rocking here.
I'm kind of in the same idea that you are with the main tank, but I got to say it's definitely the off tank of the D.Va because she's so able to just throw up that defense matrix, and all of a sudden the main tank that's charging in just isn't taking damage while they're running in, and that's just what's giving the Comets so much value.
Definitely a fair point to make. However, we're moving straight over to Blizzard World. Oh, it's such a beautiful map. We've seen a lot of it today, and I think we've seen different varyings of dominance going on to it. I'm going to say this flat out, though. I think this is Comet's best map. I've not seen them perform terrible at all.
Yeah, definitely after watching Comets against the Crazy Cats just kind of get that amazing victory against them on Blizzard World, I definitely have to say this is definitely a Comets map.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. And it's more of RPI definitely has that feeling. They got steamrolled. Now they get to kind of work to see what their weaknesses were and how they want to play against it. I think that's really the benefit of kind of losing out. That's why I said that RPI are probably going to be feeling happier that they lost. They now want to run out with the Hog and Orisa for Mercy. I'm more interested to see how it kind of goes up against, because I don't think the Dave character is going to be able to consistently do anything.
I mean, you say that, but we did also watch Petal last game just absolutely destroy on McCree. I mean, sure, he's not playing McCree this round. He's giving Karshikan a chance to try it, but I mean, it's just absolutely dominating this pharmacy.
Listen, woogly, as we see the hook combination. Get a lot of good value in the boot. However, they're not able to secure it out, and even they're forced to pop the immortality to sustain themselves. That's not how you take that. You're supposed to immediately kill the Sigma, or at least make them use a bunch of resources, but you popped out your own. Though the Dade isn't going to be able to do much, and the Roadhog is taking an immense amount of damage. Right now, it is somewhat in RPI's favor because they get that Mercy. There is no res. They don't get a damage boost, and they don't have any type of long-staying healing. That's why you see the window being used at this weird angle, and RPI being able to use their own. That pulse bomb goes out, able to kill too! And it just seems that Artsy Fartsy is just blowing out Win, saving that fight.
Yeah, I definitely want to say he's going to be farting around quite a bit in this match, but he's doing quite a lot of work.
I will remove violently every organ inside your body, put it into Orisa, make them a human. Okay?
I mean, that sounds like a pretty fun time if you ask me.
Oh no! Yeah, but when moving back into this fight, RPI don't really have any ultimates. I think they're building up to a lot of kind of good ideas, but it's more of how they want to be able to execute it. Deacon does have the pulse bomb and is sort of fighting out, getting poked out by the Diva, but I think you're looking up to see how they want to use this, especially with the Valkyrie, which helps build up ultimates. That's what its main factor is. The support line being pressured out, it just... Kirkman just walked inside of the pulse bomb. I don't even know how to describe that, especially when the Bullhog walks into your team, combined with the Bongo, and is doing an insane amount of damage. RTRT, I think you can only do so much, especially with your own death. It just seems like RPI, they're going to be able to win this out.
Yeah, I have to say that was very interesting watching Karzakian not only walk into it, but roll into the bomb. I'll admit I have done that before, so I kind of understand where he's coming from on that.
I don't know what type of world you're playing where that's a factor, and I don't know what type of world you're playing to where UTD still decide to stall that out. They got that time bank lower a tiny bit, around another 4 minutes or so, and build up maybe a couple ultimates, but I don't really know how good of a hold that was.
I mean, I definitely have to say that was a good hold because you did push it into overtime, which is pushing RPI into that weird middle ground spot where now all of a sudden they're like, it took us 4 minutes to cap this point, now we only have 4 minutes to push it the rest of the way.
We do see RJ being able to kind of play at this mid-range with the Pharah, doing an amazing job of just hitting out that burst damage, builds up the barrage in only a couple seconds. They're really just looking to try to win this off with some type of ultimate. That's why the window gets used. Unfortunately, though, it seems that Bigfoot is going to be the one that gets traded out in that massacre. We do see the High Noon get who almost killed their own teammate, and what a flick! Absolutely good 360 that helps them get an advantage, and now RPI, well, they can't really move in. They can't really use their ultimate. The Diva Bomb is there. They now have the barrage, but immediately the Pharah gets killed, and they don't have room to rest this out because, look, the Immortality is placed, and they're staggered, they're split, they're struggling.
Yeah, RPI has actually got the payload just around the corner, which honestly, once you get around the corner, it's one of those hardest ones to get because the enemy knows exactly where you're coming.
Yep, you see this pulse on come out a little early, does a bit of good damage to Hobo, and they seem to want to be able to move this payload as much as possible. The Valkyrie is trying to keep them up, but it's just not enough. Although they do get the res, putting this back into a 6v6, they immediately lose out their Echo, who had the copy Baptiste. They're basically going to be able to capture this point. This is what we've seen from RPI. They're being able to kind of consistently move. Once they get the ball rolling, they can continue moving forward. Even if the Genji struggle to secure that kill, they use the Bongo, and that's basically all they needed because nobody on the side of UTD want to try and contest that.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, there's no reason to contest that late because the payload can just keep rolling along. There's no real reason to contest.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And I find it more interesting how they're running very much a dive DPS, very working together, and I think it's benefiting them to an extent, but I'm more interested to see how this composition have been helping them out so much because I don't think, you know, the Orisa with the Hog is working because, look, they're losing out their team. RT Farsi is able to kind of do some damage, and they're even going to be going on to the point, if they decide to even use this copy, they can shut down the fight in a flick of a finger, but they're just having to back up, they're just having to play their space, and they're not going to be able to play their game, though this pull does try to hook those out a little too late.
Yeah, RPI backing out, kind of a weird, questionable option, but I mean, they don't have the ultimates, and they do know that Comets does have the duplication, and they probably, yeah, there's the Bongo, so they know they have that.
Yeah, look at this, already doing an immense amount of damage as they want to try to get something, and it seems that the Orisa's just not going to be able to do much. The Bongo does too much damage, and the rest of the side of RPI, they're going to be struggling trying to break through.
Yeah, Petal just currently walking out, trying to zone this Genji out, who just took the high ground, and UTD's deciding if they really want to push that, but I think they're just going to back up to the point here.
Yep, this is now where they finally want to switch over to that double shield, and they do have the Genji Blade. They don't have a Valk to kind of boost it in, but the Mercy can definitely fly around. Combined with using this window, this is where we see the Montage Blade come in. Able to find out one, looking for the second, doesn't get the reset, the Gravitic Flux pushes them into the air. They're not going to be able to do anything about it. Look at that, Comets are going to be struggling. That's even why they switch over to the Torbjorn and have that Molten Core set just to try to stall them out for the next fight.
Yeah, Karzakan realized that fight was lost, so he just immediately left and is just kind of trying to save that Molten Core, because they know they got about 1.5 fights left of this round.
Yeah, and, you know, you really want to stop RPI from being able to capture this. They seem to be gaining more momentum, throwing out your turret. The Gravitic Flux manages to catch up a good majority, slamming them down. It doesn't finish anyone off, but more importantly, it's looked to almost get out that Mercy. The Molten Core, though, that's the ability you want to be using, as it stops people from not only being able to escape, but you now waste time. Look at them already backing up. They've lost their Genji in this fight, and they're having to play that natural cover to find any type of room to be able to survive. Their attention is completely split, and they walked back into their spawn room to where you see the High Noon being used combined with the Windows. It's not going to be able to do much. The stun does go out as they're basically playing at this corner.
Yeah, I definitely have to say I do enjoy seeing this Torbjorn pick, especially since Orisa is mostly armor for her health. Unfortunately, you're just going to see the other Orisa die here. But Karzakan just putting in this work with this Torbjorn.
Yeah, that hurts a little. When they're using that window, they're stuck inside of this room. You're not going to get anything by shooting directly into them because they're shooting at you. And look, you take out the Baptiste, you're able to finish them off. They had 1 minute and 30 seconds going into this. Now it's maybe 30 seconds, and they have no ultimates besides from the Gravitic Flux, which I would say is a decent ult, but it needs follow-up to be able to work.
Yeah, and Karzakan already with his ult is huge because, as I was trying to say before the fight erupted, big with Orisa having so much armor, and Torbjorn's Molten Core does double damage to armor. Basically, Orisa doesn't exist as she stands in it.
Yep, now this is where the Molten Core comes out for an early fight. They are going to be trying to go against it, but look, they are going to be hit by it, and that's going to be the big factor. Now the rest of their team aren't going to be able to do much when against it. The Gravitic Flux even coming out, trying to finish anyone who is pushing that payload, but there is just nothing you can do as the Comets finally find what they need. The Blade does come, but immediately stunned, hit. You're just not able to find any squishes to kind of find any true value off of it, and the rest of RPI, they really don't have any ultimate. They have to go to stall heroes. They do have the High Noon. They are looking to try to make something work, but they are struggling, going to be melted down. It does seem that this is in more favor of the Comets, and not only do they have the respawns, but they have the sustainability to go through it, and they have set themselves up such a prizable win condition after using this rally, being able to slowly whittle down the rest of RPI, and you have just now made it so that they don't get that third point.
Yeah, that's actually really big for the side of UTD Comets, considering the fact that they kind of got steamrolled on the second area of the StarCraft section of Blizzard World. So I know RPI has the big mentality right now that they just did so successful here, they pushed it that far. But, you know, UTD's got to be, like, talking to themselves, like, hey, guys, we got to figure out how we're going to counter this, how we're going to take this attack, and just exactly what we're going to do to get a quick 2-0 here.
Yeah, so, you know, this is now where we're moving into something very nice that I'd like to say. And this is a possibility of how hard can RPI hold this. It's not a matter of can they win it or not, because I think, at least in the sense, it is very much impossible to get that full grasp of what somebody is capable of. I think we're more looking, how long can they hold this to see if they can force it to that, like, third point, and the time bank is in their favor, where it's basically one fight and they have the ult economy to be able to win it out.
I do believe it's going to be really interesting here. I mean, we are seeing RPI walking out with the Orisa Hog like they were running earlier. Basically, they're just running the same comp they were, except now they have a Ashe for their second option of the DPS alongside the Genji. So they do have a kind of semi-decent bunker comp, but as we're looking over at UTD, they are going to be having the Widow to scout. So as soon as they see exactly what they're playing, UTD is just going to immediately swap and just bring out the counterplay.
Yeah, and, you know, we gotta look to see how they are doing, kind of just at least moving forward. They're now rocking at least with still the double shield. I do see Pistol onto this Widowmaker, so they have the sight lines, but how do you see this kind of trying to break through, especially with their quick switch-ups?
I mean, we do see the D.Va go over to his Sigma, and now Petal is going to be walking back, changing, but we do have Hanzo, and we're going to see what Petal's going to swap to. He's going to be swapping to the Tracer, so of course Petal's just going to go back to his his nice little safe pick and just kind of flank around RPI and just pick off all the supports like he was doing earlier.
Yep, they get hit with that dynamite, which is very much going to build up to that Bob. I think that's really your big condition to kind of hold these fights for long-term longevity, especially with them moving forward. They have the Hanzo, so you're going to be losing that shield war if you're RPI. Your Roadhog also isn't really able to flank. Look how they're being able to just do so much with the dynamite, even if their team is kind of losing out in the shield war and the angles. Eventually, they are unfortunately going to be losing Spitfire. But this is now where you need to be able to find out the supports. Artsy Fartsy is dangerously low, but manages just to barely go behind the corner and manage to escape. While the rest of RPI, they're struggling to find a target. It just seems that the Comets are being able to collapse on top of them and force them not to be able to play. They can't even take sites if they can't survive.
Yeah, Declan doing a really good job there with that Ashe, just kind of trying to zone out the opponents, but unfortunately, like, not able to put in the work that he needs for his team, which is kind of the downfall of RPI at the moment.
Yep. Now, when it comes to at least trying to bring this up, it's around 5 minutes. It's nothing to worry about too much. They have the Valkyrie, and I think this is really the kind of ultimate. We don't talk about how powerful Valk is more often than not because it builds up ultimates. It's so small, and I think people prefer the old res more.
I mean, I'll be honest, I was never a fan of the hiding Mercy, fly out, pop your ult, everyone's back. But honestly, Valkyrie is really good because the fact you can chain heal onto so many people is just so good in this current meta.
Yeah, just look how the Dragons comes out. They completely ignore it while using the Valk, and now they're moving forward, being able to pump out that damage. Combined with the Blade, getting that 2K, but you just secured yourself a bit more time.
Yeah, and Petal here just kind of harassing Declan. Declan is able to get out, so Petal's trying to figure out exactly what he wants to do here. If he wants to stay in the back line or try and regroup with his team.
I'm loving how sneakily Pistol has been trying to play and how much it either works or doesn't work. We do see RPL, they are kind of having to back up and they maybe have 3 ultimates, but look at that initial poke. That's absolutely massive because you're forcing Aqua Boost to kind of have a bit of a struggle. Maybe they might have to use this Bob this early fight, and it seems that they really want to use it as an early engagement. That's a really good timing because they just lost their Genji in the window. Well, it's really going to be your new Bob now. You've just lost your main Bob. Though Luki does get found out. That's the benefit of the doubt that you're really working for because the tank line's going to be struggling. But with Bigfoot alive, that means you can stand there and continue shooting until Khan is able to take that flank route to tap your Ashe, and then you're sitting there thinking about what my life is worth for. Because Khan can just play the McCree or Dave, whatever you want to call it, and push forward no matter how I feel.
Yeah, I definitely want to say that this is going to be kind of a weird thing, but Petal was the MVP of that fight, because although it was kind of hard to notice that the kill feed was so much going on, with his Pulse Bomb, he was able to take out both the Immortality Field and the Bongo from the Orisa, which just kind of shut down everything that RPI had going for them.
Yep, now this is where they are using the Bongo. They want to take the early fight. They want to have as much of a time bank as possible as they almost flip the Genji, but the Gravitic Flux is basically going to take you out before anything. Combined with using that Immortality so early, RPI are going into this fight as a major disadvantage. They can't even walk in reliably without taking not only an insane amount of damage, but an insane amount of just defeat and kill feed.
Yeah, now with 4 minutes left to only push at 95 meters, UTD looks like they're setting up for a quick 2-0 here, but I mean, RPI is getting really close to another Genji Blade and a Bob.
Yeah. Now, Comets. You have 2 ultimates as a setup. You want to give your supports the moment to be able to breathe, get their abilities up, but you do not waste everything on one fight, correct?
No, you don't want to waste everything at once.
Yeah, so that's why we see them using the window, trying to end this off. They lose Jukebox, and the Bongo's going to be coming in a very nice position. It looks like it's going to be able to survive for a little longer, but it's not really going to be getting as much as you hope, besides from just small poke damage. However, that's more than enough for the rest of RBI to eventually follow up and slowly take them out for.
Yeah, UTD unfortunately having to back up. Luckily, they didn't really commit any ults that fight. I mean, they did have both DPS ults, but I honestly believe that was just kind of like a poke fight to try and bait out RPI, which they did with the Bob.
Yeah, but I think the big part about this is that none is coming up on the rally, and I think rally right now is what they need. Allows them to push forward, has to sustain, and against this Bongo Blade, this is what they need. Because look, the Pulse Bomb goes out, managing to stick onto the Ashe, and there's not much you can do. Oh no, the poor Genji immediately gets stunned and figured out. They have to use every ultimate, or at least invest what they can just to try to secure this. Then the rally, at least combined with the Gravitics, is going to be a good security, but right now they're more focused on these stagger picks.
Yeah, it's really nice seeing Karzakan able to zone out that Genji and then just flashbang him, because honestly that's the problem with Genji, is your reflect is actually a really small bubble, so you don't always get that reflect onto the flashbang.
Why was the Mercy the one contesting the point, then immediately leaves, tries to come back, and you basically give comments the entire point win? I want to sound excited, I want to sound disappointed, but I don't know how to mentally comprehend the Mercy's thought process and how well the entirety of comments were able to scare them off from touching the point, because they now win Blizzard World.
Yeah, definitely I'm going to say I was going to be 100% honest. Going into this, I really thought RPI, after their attack round, was going to win this, and that would be the 1 point that they would get in my 3-1 prediction. But now that I'm looking at this, is it too late to change it to 3-0?
Oh, come on. You really want to go back? I thought you were always right, my good Kong, man. I mean,
I'm still right on comments winning at the moment. I mean, we are up 2-0, so I mean.
Okay, that's a fair assessment, and I think the more I'm looking at comments, I think I finally understand what makes them so strong, and it's more of the fact that they are willing to invest. I think a lot of teams sometimes either are too scared about over-investing or under-investing, so you often see them kind of struggling to what they want to use. But Comets just invest, and it works out. They are confident in their abilities. Like we saw RT Farsi being able to be able to do a 3K, Khan going over to the Dave and being able to kind of fan the hammer, bring it out, and it works out as a benefit. They just keep working with what they like to run, and it makes great sense.
Yeah, I definitely have to say, like, our RPI is playing extremely passive, and UTD realizes this, and they can just go full aggression. I mean, like we just saw them on Nepal, they literally walked into the enemy spawn in the very first team fight because they knew they could take that aggression to RPI, and RPI is just kind of sitting there going, we can't play aggressive.
Yeah. I think RPI, they definitely want to have a moment to breathe. It's not over. Don't make me look more weird than I already am. I'm wearing a banana shirt at 10 at the night. My mother's yelling at me because she doesn't know what Overwatch is. She's gone senile, and I am too, because I am so excited. After the break, we'll be coming back to see if this reverse sweep is possible, so stay tuned, because you never know what's happening next in the Will English Invitational. Welcome back, everyone, because we are sitting here. Winter is coming. It is time to finally see what all the dragons were, hype were talking about. That's a reference if you get it, Kong, man. I don't know how much your ape brain kind of understands the references that I pop out, because you say puns rather than anything. I want to more talk about how comments are taking the lead 2-0, and the next map is Junkertown.
I mean, I do want to say I did totally understand that reference, but unfortunately I am not a fan of garbage television. But I do wish to point out that I am also not a fan of garbage teams like you are, deciding that RPI would be winning, because right now Comets is taking out the trash with this amazing 2-0 lead. And I have to say, this is just insane gameplay from them.
You know what? This is how you get hate mobbed, all right? I'm going to elect the poll to cancel you, because RPI, they've been looking good, at least on Junkertown, and I think this is possibly going to be a more comfortable strategy, because they love to run the Bastion TP strategy. This is what they're working with, and this is what they really want to be kind of benefiting off, so I think that's what they're going to rely on. Comets haven't gone up against anything like that. They've been going up against everything that's traditional, and honestly, how are you going to beat anything that's traditional? It's like bringing a sword, a traditional sword fight, and then I bring a gun. What are you going to do against that? Pew pew.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to make that analogy, if you did actually watch Mythbusters whenever they were still very active, they did do the sword to a gunfight, and they did prove that if you are close enough and you can get the element of surprise by charging, the sword is better than the gun. But as we go in here to Jokertown, which honestly, we did watch RPI get rolled by GeForce here, basically spawn camped. We know comments are probably acknowledged of this, and they're going to do their best to copy what GeForce did to RPI, so that way they can end this in a quick 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, but I've got to say, as much as the amount of gamer words I'd like to say, I'm more interested in seeing how they try to kind of attack and defend RP. I don't really want to walk out with this Bastion. Maybe they're not feeling as confident because it's been consistently shut down. Obviously, they got to run it at one time. They maybe got the farthest was second point, but even then, I think UTD, they're rocking something that could kind of play against it, even if the Bastion decides to come out.
Yeah, and I like how you say they don't want to play the Bastion, but we are currently seeing RJ swapping back and forth between whether it's Widow, Hanzo, Bastion. It seems like the team is just trying to decide what they're going to do. So we might see a very last-second swap here to the Bastion, but Double Sniper is just really, really good on Junkertown.
I'll give you that, all right? They are kind of playing around, and this is looking to be a nice scope, but the Bastion is all about oppression and sightlines. I don't like how they're playing directly on this point. I think any top-tier Bastion player can basically describe to you how when you're a sitting target, it's easier to get shot at.
Yes, it is easier to get shot at, especially whenever you're a sitting target, but whenever you do have the Orisa shield and a Sigma shield, the double shield meta that we used to see a long time ago, and we still see every now and then, it's really hard to break both of those shields.
Really, it's really hard to break both of their shields. They have to reg their own Baptiste who's getting hit. Their Sigma is eventually taken out, and especially D-Clan, now their entire composition, they are slowly going down. It's not about taking out the shields, it's about taking out the resources. Look, they get that payload out, they manage to make it down main, but they don't get anything more than that, and even Pistol manages to hit some nice clean shots.
Yeah, Petal just putting in a lot of work here on the Widow. I do have to say, this man is just insane with the Widow. It's really satisfying to just spectate him just aiming down sights.
It's gonna be a lot harder. This is why you see them immediately going on to the Genji. They don't even want to tease the idea of still trying to run it, because every team is understanding how to play against it. And I think unless you're playing kind of more of a mobile Bastion and you're trying to play around, you're never gonna take them out. And it's really hard to play against this Widowmaker, because look, Bigfoot's already down, the immortality was immediately melted, and you're trying to take these angles. But look at this, Pistol's perfectly fine, being killed out by Cart, who is able to go after the Hanzo, who's trying to take any angles. Combined with the Cryptic Flux managing to find out the Hanzo, there's nothing your team can do but slowly be staggered.
Yeah, and as we're watching this Widow 1v1, we see the Immortality field come in, and my goodness, the disrespect onto the Genji.
I mean, I think the Genji would have won that fully, so my point still stands. But look, they're not being able to kind of escape. That Sigma is going to be slowly staggered, and we're seeing Artsy Fartsy go out for an early stagger pick, playing that patient game to go after. Oh my goodness, what a volley! To be able to quickly get that, even manages to survive and force the res out.
Yeah, Artsy Fartsy really putting in the work there, showing his true art form, which is not farting around, and my goodness, that pick on the Baptiste, just to make RPI have to make another reset was just so nice.
Look, this is the window, though. That does a lot of damage for both sides. I think this is kind of anyone's game with how you want to push in, because Louis has no room, especially with the Transcendence not coming out to save them. It hurts more. Combined with the Bongo, they're going to need some big picks if they want to stop this push, but I don't think a Widowmaker can really do that. There are too many shields that are stopping their ability, and RPI, they have enough ultimates to stop them if they try to push. That's why you see them being able to capture this point and be able to move in pretty much with no sweat.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting now that we're moving on to the inside of Junkertown, seeing if UDT is going to be changing up their comp or just going to run the same thing. Widow is kind of decent in this area, but the problem is there's too many tight corners for Widow to actually be very useful.
Now, I don't know how Artsy Fartsy is also consistently getting in these damage or clips. It's a bit more impressive than anything because I feel Artsy Fartsy is being the Jonak that we all want to see. More of the fact that the reason why Jonak is so good, not only because he hits good shots, but because he gets insane value. Now it's going to be harder for them to be able to push in, especially with the fact that Comets are being able to overstay their welcome. The Dragons gets thrown, so nobody's really able to play on top of that high ground. But really isn't much of an issue when you have the Bongo. So as you push forward, you're walking basically into a mini window. Even your Gravitic Flux is going to be countered out by the Transcendence, so you've used that ult in vain. You flush a Hanzo to a Widow headshot, and the rest of your team is stuck being shot at. Even if your Genji pops out with that blade, you're going to be struggling a little bit. You do manage to find out the BAP, but the Diva Bomb! I'm not the Diva Bomb, the Pulse Bomb is just so clean!
Yeah, Karzakan just really putting in the work there. Like, my goodness, the double pulse bomb and then just the follow-up on the last kill. And now we just see Petal looking at the enemy spawn, and I'm pretty sure because it's Petal, he's going to be getting a pick here.
Yep. Now this is what I'm worried about, because they had kind of an investment in that fight, and they're going to be looking to push forward. I think the Valk, I don't want them to combine this Valk with the window. I do think it would be good because you're getting that healing and you're getting that damage in, but the Valk is more important right now. It's going to allow you to basically do your job. The window just makes room. They are able to get these sightlines, but they can't move beyond it without wasting its value. Now they're split. They're not able to do as much as they can. They don't even get a pick off of it. Rather, they lose the Genji, who is trying to find anything from it. Even the Baptiste is just barely able to escape. Imagine if you had it in that type of scenario. Your Orisa loses the shield, gets headshot, the rest of your team is stuck trying to break through the second choke.
Yeah, I definitely have to say it's kind of interesting watching RPI pop both support ults basically at the same time, and UDT realize this, they realize all they have to do is just play safe and then they can capitalize because RPI no longer has any sustain.
It does seem... Okay, that was the most confident Dragons that has ever worked in my life. We even see the Transcendence have to be used. Half against a Bongo and Gravitic Flux that's coming up. Decan is the absolute MVP.
Yeah, I definitely have to say Declan with that amazing double kill with the dragon. That's really going to open this up for RPI, but I mean, Karzakan, well, this Tracer gets the stick. I mean, the Immortality Field saves his life, but now UTD realizes they don't have that.
Yeah, they have to invest and try to stop this. The Window Gravitic Flux, it's more than enough. I've got to say, their quick adaptations and ability to kind of use these ultimates in their favor. I don't know if it's just that they're clean, a top collegiate team, or just beautiful, but I'm more than impressed.
Yeah, with only 30 seconds left, RPI are currently making a few swaps. We are going to see RJ going over to that soldier. And honestly, Petal with his not his visor, but with the Widow sights, is just basically going to make sure they know exactly where they're going at all times.
Man, I gotta say, I'm feeling like NPC. I've never wanted to root for Dallas more, because look how they're set up. The Bongo is placed down, and you get two headshots, one for the Zen, one for the Widow. Now the Gravitic Flux popping out. Spitfire's looking for anyone to hit, but you have to solo on a Widowmaker who survives? What is this game? You're now having to rotate out. You're stuck in an unfavorable position, able to get the Mega Health back, but the team needs you. They're stuck being staggered, and they're not going to be able to win this fight without you. It's an upsetting fact, and what a beautiful one clip as we see UTD Comets being able to not full hold, but stop them at one of the best spots on second point.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to say RPI looked a lot better that round, but now as we're going to be seeing the UDT Comets on the attacking side, and we know just how good they really are, especially after watching that defense. I definitely have to say I think Comets can easily win this.
Okay, listen, all right? maybe I have a bias to where any Dallas brands comes out, I have a big hatred for them, okay? Maybe this is starting to blind me. Maybe I'm just really hopeful because the more it goes out, I'm questioning RPI's decision makings. They walk out with the double shield and they consistently take the same rotations. They consistently take the same angles. They're using support ults at the same time when they really don't need to. And they're using their ultimates early. Those are major issues, and that's costing them every team fight, especially when they have good setups, especially when they have these first picks. That's not what you need to do. The hold is possible, but you have basically set yourself up for disaster, because once you get to that second point, do you know where enemy spawn is? Third point. You have to take a walk of shame just to be able to come back and reset with your team on the defending side.
Yeah, and as we're getting ready for these spawn doors to open, looking at the compositions, we are going to see both teams running the Hammond, which is going to be really interesting to see just which ball is going to be better than the other.
You know, I gotta say, Louis is yet to make me upset. Louis has yet to make me cry. I think you're not, you haven't pulled out the rollouts, but you've definitely got your job done.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely he knows a good way to swing that ball around, and I mean, he's already at 10% of his ult, which, I mean, sure, a lot of people are probably, oh my god, Petal just interrupts me getting that flick onto Declan. My god, I know who this man is, but please, have some mercy.
It's not that real. Okay, this is the Will tournament, and they are taking it to the next level. That shot was absolutely insane. The stagger onto the Diva is gonna be insane. They're not even gonna kill Bigfoot. They're just gonna say, haha, you're stuck without a mech.
Yeah, they're just gonna kind of let the Diva just kind of flop around like a fish out of water until they finally put her out of her misery. But I mean, that's just a big stagger on the Diva just in general.
My goodness, this is only the beginning because we still have to push forward. And look at this RPI. All of their ult charge is below 50. I've never seen that before. They are not being able to do much. They managed to find out the Tracer and dive onto Petal, but I don't know how well this is going to be able to help them out, especially with that deflect managing to shut down Petal's shot. They happen to take these angles, and they're not going to be able to really do much at a 5v6 as they're starting to come back. They do manage. Artsy Fartsy is really the one who's surprising me most. How does he manage to find out Spitfire? He does get treated out, but the rest of the team is able to work in that favor and shut it down. Bigfoot is not doing the job. Petal, stop it!
I have to say, Petal is definitely putting it to the metal, because my goodness, he is just not letting up. He is taking names, putting bodies in the bag, and letting people know this is who I am.
Yeah, but look at where this point is. Right now, RPI took all those fights to build up 2 ultimates. And...
oh, but...
okay, it's not that serious. Please let them get a chance. They can still defend. I know you have 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and you're going to be able to push this point freely, but the Wrecking Ball is now going to be slamming down, and you're immediately going to melt them down after they get the mega health back. This is why you use the Gordic Flux. This is why you start melting them down, using the rally, ignoring the pulse bomb. They have the nano, but who can you even use it on? It's really not that much of an issue. You can get the headshot on a low target. I can't believe it. We see UTD comments. Finishing this out in style, finishing off Junkertown, and managing to finish this with a beautiful 3-0, unfortunately ending the series for RPI.
Yeah, and Kashakan here getting the play of the game on the Tracer. I believe this is the double pulse bomb kill that we saw earlier, if I remember correctly.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yep, there it is.
Oh my goodness.
A beautiful stick, and then he walks down, gets that nice clip on the Sigma. Absolutely beautiful.
I can't believe kind of the insanity of what happened. Artsy Fartsy also, I just want to point out, I want to give love to the support player because, my goodness, the amount of value they were able to get was equal to the DPS, in my opinion. I think that they, more often than not, set up these fights for victory, built up these ultimates. They didn't really have to use their Transcendence too defensively until that one dragon. But my goodness, Comets look so good the better that they play.
Yeah, I mean, Comets does have a lot of really good players on their team, just in general. I mean, I don't want to say Petal was the hard carry because Kazakhstan also put in a lot of work on the Tracer and the McCree whenever he had to play it. But I have to say, the DPS lineup for Comets is just undoubtedly superior.
Yeah, RPI were struggling, at least, I think, in the tank category. More often than not, yes, I knew what their support were doing. I knew what their DPS were doing. And as much as Hobo was pretty quiet, we didn't see them have any spectacular saves, plays, or even makes. I'm more worried about how the tank line were doing, because I think they were a lot more lackluster than anything. And when it comes to Overwatch, there's a reason why people are complaining about one tank being gone and being it turned into a 5v5. Well, more than anything besides from breaking the normal status quo, it's a big issue. And you don't have that tank, it's gonna be a problem. So honestly, I'm really hoping to see more of them in the future. But hey, Comets win. And now we get a beautiful moment where we get to kind of think of something, Kongman.
The fact that I was right and you were wrong.
Ah!
I do agree that is beautiful.
You know,
3-0, baby. 3-0 for the day. Every pick I've made is correct.
my goodness, Kongman, I've got to say, you do win that. But that's not what I want to more talk about. I want to give a beautiful thank you to our host, to our man, Captain Jack, who welcomes us back.
Hey yo. Hey yo.
How you doing, Jack?
I'm doing all right. It has been a heck of a ton of a long night here, and let me tell you, folks.
We were
Thank
left
you.
speechless. It has been.
I'm left speechless for a
inside the
variety of
Discord.
different
We
things.
can't
right?
hear Captain Jack as he speaks right now. This is absolutely hilarious.
How about that? How about
It's
that?
really
Can you
sad
hear
to
me
watch
now?
Jack go down with his ship.
I mean, I'm gonna be
There he
completely
is.
honest. Going down with the ship does kind of feel like what it's like at the moment. But nevertheless, we do want to say thank you to all of you that have been here. You know, if you've been here from the very beginning all the way to late tonight, like, first off, y'all amazing. And second off, just thank you for all the teams and our staff that have been working with us and helping us to really make this something incredible. Like, we started the Invitational back in January of this year. Like, if you didn't know, this has only been around for 2021. Like, that's all it's been around for. And we are approaching the anniversary of the first Invitational. And to see just how much we've grown over the time of a single year is just mind-blowing. So, a couple of ways that you can continue to help out the Invitational. You can go over to skulls.com. Our wonderful partners over there got merch. You can get the Season 1, the OG Will English Invitational jersey. Comes in home and away skins, so to speak. Absolutely clean. Got one of mine on order. As well as Invitational 3 merch. And that comes in a variety of different things. We've got mugs, we got flags, we got sweatsuits, you name it, it's probably in that store. And all a portion of those proceeds, I mean, comes back to the Invitational to not only support our prize pool, so, you know, we got 2,000 per region right now, but it could be more. And it also goes to support our amazing casters, producers, video editors, everyone that works here at the Invitational and just kind of pours out their heart and soul into what we do here. So be sure to be checking them out. You can also, if you don't have money, you can also check out Opera GX. We have a link that you can, all you have to do is install, and they add more money to the prize pool too. Super simple. I mean, I love it. I've always been an Opera fan myself. I started using GX, and honestly, it's pretty great. You know, being able to kind of like control how much memory and RAM your browser is taking when you're not actively using it, especially if you're like me and you have like a million windows open all over your computer. That's totally me, and so it helps mitigate some of that. So it has been an incredible night. It has been a long night, and there is more to come tomorrow. Group B for both EU and North American regions starts off tomorrow. So be sure, if you haven't already, hit that heart, punch that bell so you get notified every time that we are online. You can also hit that sub button, $4.99 or Twitch Prime or Amazon Prime sub. Again, is another way that you can feed back into the Invitational and help us do the amazing things that we do here. User intel, Kong Man, thank you so much for hanging with us so late into the evening, having a little bit of invitational after dark at this point. Is there anything else that y'all would like to say or shout out before we close out the evening?
I want to say that I'm not gonna lie. I'm buying myself a mug. You know, it's coming into the mail. Didn't realize it would go back to the proceeds of us. So I basically am getting half my money back. And honestly, I'm more amazed of how cheap the merch is. I was looking and I was like, I could basically get all of this. And you know, I'm very much a stingy man. And I've got to say, everything that's been happening here, it's just absolutely beautiful. The production's been great. The producers have been hardworking, dedication, especially you, Captain Jack. I just got to thank you, especially the sponsors who even kind of see into this, are able to kind of make sure that everything works cleaner. They give the confidence, and even the players who, while sometimes are annoying and a pain in the behind, still put up an amazing performance and are able to show up. And it makes me proud to be able to be kind of casting Overwatch.
Yeah, and I mean, they probably feel the same way about us sometimes. Not gonna lie, you know, we're not perfect, and we're still trying to figure out the best way to kind of combine the fun spirit of Overwatch as well as that competitive integrity and kind of all that comes with that. So, how about you, Kong Man? Anything you want to shout out before we sign off for tonight?
I definitely want to shout out my friend over here, Mr. User Intel. I was able to cast with him back in Star Esports, and I'm glad to have someone who has as much energy as I do, because the color commentator needs someone to match the energy, which that's really good. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to cast with you, Jack, but you've been really good at running this production, and I do hope that I actually get to cast with you one day, because I watched you cast with Star, and I loved it. I feel like I'm just a sucker right here in the middle of you two, trying to turn back and forth.
Just a good
I'm stuck
old
in the
caster
middle.
sandwich. Good old
Good old
play-by-play
caster
sandwich here.
Yeah,
All right,
I mean,
folks. This show has gone on long enough. Again, be sure to tune in tomorrow morning. That is going to be at... Always have the rule book open. That is going to be at 12 p.m. CEST if you're across the pond, or 7 a.m. EST if you're here in the States, 4 a.m. if you're on the Pacific Coast, and I'm sorry if you're waking up that early to watch, but we got so much more to do, and we've got so many more surprises and whatnot in store for y'all. So from User Intel, Kong Man, Will, Uni, and all of the amazing folks here at the Invitational, my name's Captain Jack, and we'll see you all tomorrow morning.